Umewasikia? Haya, nilikuambia, ulikuwa nadhani ni mimi unachokoza. Anyway, thank you for that, Ayo. Ayo, I want to ask you one more question. And I love the fact that you've worked for Standard Media. You are in the production side of things. The media is captured. I think for the longest time we've watched as Citizen News has been Azimio News, always beating up Ruto. Now that Gen Zs came up, you've confused them completely, even though they are the leading station that people tune to. And now we are going to Nation and other places, but I still feel that there is a huge amount of control and gagging of the voice of Gen Z. And I was wishing or hoping that you guys could maybe organize yourselves in a way to have a space on YouTube, and I don't know if it's a good idea. I'm leaving this open to you, but a way for us to be getting news and updates in a way that we can trust and that can be free. Because these guys, for me, I want us to switch off from them. Nasema kama tutataka kuona Gen Z, tunaenda hapa. What do you think about that? Do you guys have that in mind? Open question.
Okay, first of all, I want you guys to understand one thing, yeah? Okay, being in the media for the last 11 years, what I learned was all these media houses, before they are media houses, they are people's businesses. They have to make money. They have to make money to sustain themselves. They have to make money to sustain their employees. And they have to make money to pay rent and, pay their licenses and all that kind of stuff, okay? So before they are media houses, they are businesses. Let's just get that right.
Except KBC.
Exactly. And I'll tell you for a fact, all these privately owned media houses, the Nation Media Group owned by the Aga Khan, the Standard Media Group owned by the Moise family, the Royal Media Services owned by that guy called who? Mesau Jinake. SK Masharia. There you go. Those are the three. That's Standard Media Group, Nation Media Group, Royal Media Services. Those are the three major. Oh, and the MediaMax. That's the K24s and the Milele FMs of today. Those are like 5 or so media houses. They are privately owned. And these media houses, they have to make money. And I'll tell you for a fact, politicians buy spaces on these media houses. Some politicians own these media houses, okay? Except, of course, SK Masharia, who's an individual who just came from nowhere to own his media house. You guys know his story. These people, before anything, they need to put their money first. So if they have to, a politician has to buy an interview, buy a space to have an interview, trust me, that politician won't be cornered if they go there for an interview. I've learned that being in that space, right? And if we want transparency, these media houses, there are things they cannot say. I'll tell you that and media, in this time and age, I'll tell you for a fact, media is gagged. I'll go without saying, I'll be doomed if I don't say media is gagged. There are things they cannot say. When I did my the docu that I've just pinned, there are some parts I haven't put because I just did a 7-minute a roundup of whatever was happening, and someone saw this. Akaniuliza, hey boss, uogopi kujiwa na gava? Because I was like, I've stated the names of people who died. I've put bites of those politicians, and then they later came on and turned on us. Guys were like, "Hey, ugopi serikali kona mkono mrefu bana. Ugopi unaweza shikwa na serikali." I was like, let them come for me. Life goes on regardless. This revolution will continue even after me. There are people who died for me. So I mean, So what I think is the only problem that you are getting ourselves involved in with the media. Of course, the media tried to clear its name when they hosted the president and interviewed the president and then scrutinized the president and all that. But still, there's so much to be done in terms of the media informing the public, the media educating the public, the media, leave alone the entertainment bit of it. Let's just focus on the education and information. The media need to tell transparent stories. if this is what happened, they need to state it without twisting stories to fit their narrative, to fit the politician's narrative, to fit the government's narrative. That is what I'll say about the media. And I feel, yes, we can do that, but it needs a lot of logistics in terms of coming up with an independent YouTube channel. Because how many times will I do that before it is shut down? Because the media has money, the government has better reach, it has money, it has whatever it takes to shut me down. If they can use a bullet on me, what tells you that they can't shut down my YouTube channel? Yeah. So yes, we are looking for such independent online platforms like X, whereby we have freedom of speech. I tried uploading the same thing that I pinned on my tweet on TikTok. Within a moment, it was shut down. I was told that this whatever I posted is violating the guidelines and all that kind of stuff. But what is it violating? I'm just trying to tell the stories that's happening in my country. I'm just trying to show, because I decided to go raw. And I even sent this to a friend of mine, Ako BBC UK, and they were like, bro, you can't post this. They were like, you can't post this. This is so volatile. This is so raw. You need to censor most of these things because, your government will come for you. And that is the fear. It's even sold in the international media. So that tells you what we are dealing with. So yeah, Evans.
Man, thank you so much, Ayo. And I hope that we're going to have more collaborations in the future on a personal level, but on a professional level, I also want to wish you the best. And stay angry, bro. Stay angry, and keep doing what you do. You have a chance to actually amplify the rage in your own capacity, and of course, the ground is ripe for you to do that right now. And man, congratulations already for what you've done. I've just watched the video.
Please, I hope please tag me on that video. But I think we have to find free thinking people that can find a way of magnifying the
Thank
truth.
you, Chege. I want to move on. There is somebody who wants to leave here. So, Jackie, you've been here for a minute. I know you want to leave.
Evans, before Jackie goes, the video you guys, the video I'm talking about, it's on my pinned tweet. So you guys, please just go and retweet it already. I've seen it. Yeah, I'd really appreciate that. For all of the 135 of you, please just go and retweet it. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Jackie, karibu.
Hey, Evans, thank you. Glad to be here. Thanks for the opportunity to share my 2 cents. I am a Nyayo baby, not a Gen Z, but really inspired by what the young men and women are doing. I would love to just comment something before I say everything else I wanted to say. I wanted to comment on what Ayo responded when you asked about a leader. It's one thing that I have been quietly thinking about, and I have been part of very many spaces since the revolution started. It's only the first time that I'm getting to speak. There's been times when I wanted to say something and I would just say, oh my goodness, the emotions. No, I don't think I want to. You might say something sensible, but because people are not happy, it will be taken badly. So on leadership, it's something that I'm thinking about, and I do not know for how long the Gen Zs will insist on not having a leader. In my opinion, every generation has its Nelson Mandela, every generation has its Martin Luther King, it's Desmond Tutu, it's Martha Karua, it's Ngari Maathai. Every generation has that person that comes out to inspire the rest of the people. It's impossible to be 13 million people and think you will start off a journey at one point and get very far together as 13 million people. And I would say that, look at our country. When we go back to the days of Tom Mboya, Robert Ouko, and you'll be told the stories of these great men of the time. Today, it's still the same thing. Like the game is still the same. It's politics. It's a country that we are talking about. And so there needs to be a sense of direction, and the young people could or will have to admit that it's about time they start thinking of who they can listen to, who they will respect, who they will revere, who they can speak through. Because the leaderless, tribeless revolution has brought us this far. How do we move on from here? And yes, maybe in the past few weeks, we've been impossible to crack because it was not known who the leaders were. But yes, as you move on and you're thinking of taking over the mantle, you will not all become president. You will not all become members of parliament. You'll not all become woman MP. So who will be that person that you feel has got what it takes? And then I don't know that it was Ayo or somebody else who said, we're talking about the past. We do not know the past. We are forging a future. I totally agree with that. But then the past guides us. The past is where we're coming from. We cannot aspire to be this without acknowledging where we are coming from. And we're coming from a very broken system, and a system that we have taken part in breaking. One of the previous speakers said that our leaders have come from among us. You look at our communities. If a leader came from a Malwa Busa drinking community, a Busa drinking community voted for their fellow Busa drinker. A community that abuses people or uses profanities chose the king whatever person who abuse others the most. Our leaders have come from among us. We have been short-sighted for a very long time. And, you know, we keep, Kenyans are respected, they are admired and all, lack civic leadership awareness. A lot of the times we start discussing things or we pick up arms and go out to fight because a leader who I respect or a leader that I admire has said so and so. I do not know how much of the Kenyan population, or rather how many of the population, take time to read the policies and the documents that guide our politics. Because indeed, Kenya is run by this political system. It is a democracy. And as was it Chege or somebody else said, when it's a democracy, then you cannot dictate. So you can't say, oh, it's time, we've had enough of those two tribes. These two tribes have not forced themselves there. We've gone out to the polls and voted them in. And that is what the democracy that has been fought for years has brought to us. And so we cannot say suddenly, and when we say, fine, we don't want these two tribes, where are those people that are tribeless? They are everything that we are trying to fight. Where are they? So they present themselves, we see them and we support them. Because the other thing that we have done, we have always voted for that person who is so-and-so's child. They come with baggage. They come with wheeler dealers. Our politics has been that place where people go to become rich. They go there to swindle the nation. Rarely do they go there to serve the nation. People go there to become rich. A reporter, a TV reporter, we vote for them because they are an investigative journalist. And we love their pieces and we fall in love with them. For that, we are very short-sighted. We will vote this person because, for now, my goodness, majority of the people that are voting are like that. So let us give that person. We want to vote for that person who's an orator, great English speaker. Ruto is one of those. You will see a lot of clips today being played on different social media platforms of a great speaking Ruto. So how do we come from that place? And I hope that this generation will get there. They will try and do things differently from what my parents, my grandparents, and myself have done. What lenses do we apply to see good leaders? Because sometimes they are not even bad at the point where we are voting for them. It's when they get in there that they get swallowed by that rotten system that has existed for long. So if we want to break that bond and we want to bring about a change, we want to introduce a new system where people will be accountable. It might need a total overhaul. If it needs a total overhaul, it means we might have a whole generation of people with no political experience, nothing but what we watch on TV and some of the debates that we see, Akina Murkomen, that were voted in because they were wonderful panelists on TV or on radio. So we had a generation that was voted for by radio listeners, another generation by TV viewers. We're going to have another generation of people that will be brought about by social media enthusiasts. How different will they be? How do we apply the wisdom that is needed to make sure that the next crop of leaders is a good one, and people that are genuinely after improving the welfare of this country, because that is what we lack, and that is what we have lacked for a very long time. It is what we need to be asking ourselves today, because indeed, politics is not bad. Politics is good. It's the politicians that we have that are the problem. It's these players that we have that are a problem. A lot of politics that runs this country is practiced behind the scenes. It's practiced in darkness by both the young and the old. How do we break that? How do we do away with entrepreneurs? How do we do away with people as sons and daughters of so-and-so who come and claim what they believe is rightfully theirs? How do we break those chains? How do we do that? Because we are the same people that are bringing in thieves, and all a thief can do is steal even more. The problems that we experience today as a country have not come with Ruto. They were there from the days of Jomo Kenyatta. If it's about land grabbing and all these things, those things started back then. If it's about somebody building their community, this thing started back then. They were just continued by these other people that came in. Kibaki, Kenyatta, Moi, Ruto is just continuing with that. So how do we get to a place where we bring somebody that is clean and somebody who does not owe anyone anything? But I will tell you, that is also not going to be that easy, because even the leader that will come from Gen Zs will get to a place where he also has to give back to the Gen Zs, because in one way or the other, he owes them. So how do we get to a place where the systems are working and our democracy is working without necessarily the influence of individuals? It's because of democracy that a zombie-looking Biden is running for president today, and people will do nothing about it because after all, it's a democratic country. We have to go with that. So how do we just place good systems, respect them? How do we have a new beginning? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well,
Very
mama za kina Gen Z, mama za Gen Z, unawasikia? Nilikuambia, we need more ladies up here.
I like the anger. It's and you know, there's something that you've talked about that I hold, because I think I've been subconsciously thinking about it. That we have always equated people who are educated with leadership, and you've talked about people who go in TV stations and spew sometimes educational nonsense about the things that they've studied in their take on the political environment. Immediately we equate it to leadership. I have been in some forums to say this, like, for example, I've come back home and it might be on a family level or on a professional level, and it's a topic that, yeah, it might be relevant, but I have no authority in it. But for some reason, people feel that you have to contribute into this topic. And so I think it's just the culture that we've created around the fact that if there's a perception that you have some level of education, then that qualifies you as a leader. Leadership is a totally different brand of life. And just being in a classroom or having a degree or having gone to a prestigious school does not automatically qualify you as a leader. Thank you so much, Jackie, for those. There are people who have been here on the line for a minute. I think that there was...
Even just quickly, there's something that came up yesterday in a space where Okia Opata was on, and about, you remember during the last election, there was a lot of stories behind the degree certificates and guys faking degree certificates, the Sakaja story and everything. And apparently there was someone who challenged the the requirement for, I think it was MPs to have degree certificates. I didn't even know that it was a requirement for MPs. I thought it was just for governors, but it was scrapped because it was said if an 18-year-old can vote, then what is the minimum requirement that an 18-year-old should, will have achieved? They can't have a degree certificate at 18, and yet if they have the power to vote, they should be able to have the option to vie. And so the requirement for a degree certificate was found to be unconstitutional on those grounds. And then there's been studies that have been done, I think, in India and other democracies, whereby it has been seen that education is not a measure of good leadership. In fact, the more educated the person, the more corrupt they have been seen to be. And so, in fact, being more educated is actually a worse of thing than not being educated. So I just wanted to drop that.
I would want to argue that the basis of leadership is also just the basic of it is being a decent human being. You can be educated and being a good leader. You can be less educated and still be a wonderful leader. Basic human sense and basic being a decent human being means that as a leader, you are actually a servant. And if you look at yourself as a servant, then it means that you're serving not only your not your interest, but the interest of the masses. So that would be my basis of being a leader. But that must have been
so if Dr. Ruto is anything to go by, usisome sana. Kama unataka kuwa kiongozi, usisome sana.
Well, he's a botanist. He's a PhD botanist. So there you go. I want to give chance.
Stop hating on botany. Stop hating.
Cox McJuma. Sir, are you there? Cox? Okay, we move on very quickly.
By the way, as Cox is coming up, Evans, I was just thinking, Katwe has had his hand. He had an opportunity to talk. Maybe let him say whatever he has to say. Then maybe we can
go. People before him, please, sir. I think it's just better to be.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking there's people in the queue that are requesting and we are unable to bring them up. So, maybe the people who've spoken can drop so that we can, that's why I was just thinking about that.
Lawrence, man, we're having interest names today. Lawrence, is it Lawrence Phillip? Lawrence?
Yes, how are you guys? I hope you're doing good. Yes, firstly, I want to commend the good work you guys are doing. Secondly, we first failed from the word go when we chose the government that just tried, they put the same campaign team to become they just converted the campaign team to be the government or to be ministers or to be head of parastatals. That was a big mistake we did first. Secondly, we have some individuals in the government who are very corrupt to a point whereby even they are being pointed out by international bodies. Like we have currently we have Mr. Kipchumba. It was recently, I think last week, and him and some other 10 persons and 10 parastatal executives and 9 CSS have been banned from traveling in some of the countries, and also their accounts were frozen. So what does it send a message to the youth or to the Gen Zs or even to us millennials? One, that we don't have a serious father finger there who is caring. Now the president, let me say that. Because if he was caring, he was not supposed first to take, even to pick a call from the same person who was arrested in Dubai. And this same thing came to me. I received a call about it because there are some things I usually do with the government that was before, and I'm still doing it. But that does not guarantee you to be corrupt, because The first thing that was to be done is Omboy, you know. He's trying to bring Omi in government, in governance. That is the problem we have as a country. And we, as diasporas, have traveled globally in so many countries, and I've seen how they govern. I've interacted with so many government officials of different countries. But we have a major problem whereby you get into a position and the person you want to bring there is the person you schooled with, not even their children, but the person you schooled with because of your own interest. I have seen another one of the executives. I can mention her. She's the member of DICA. They voted that the government or the CSS or executive can be doing business with government. They can be transacting with government. That was another beginning of another big problem. Transaction is just passed under the table. Every transaction is passed. We have some serious issues, especially in the Ministry of Energy, in the Ministry of Ministry of Health. In fact, I don't know why this the CS was nominated first. For example, if you check the German Minister of Health, whatever he undertook in school or in higher school or in higher schooling was aligning well with health. But back home, what we did was that we just chose someone because is either related or has some other friends who are in the governance, and we have just brought them on the table. Someone who has just done something to do with procurement, doesn't know the needs of the doctors, doesn't even meet the standard of being appointed as a CS. There is a lot of there's a lot that needs to be done. There will be a lot of shakeups if at least we continue pushing and pressing on for the government to understand that we are tired. We are tired. We are sick and tired of the current government. So far, for me, I feel like I can burst because this is not what was sold to us. In fact, the president sold us bread, but what we are getting is stone. The lies are always on the forehead, which is very bad for the hand of state. That is something that makes everyone and the Jay-Z's feel like they are unwanted. The second thing, and also I think is the biggest now timing bomb, is when a Jay-Z applies for a job. What happens if the person who is ahead of that parastatal or that ministry gets the documents? You pass very well, you go through the panel very well, but the next thing they are giving you a card and a number, a room number of the hotel where you're supposed to meet for you to be approved. What kind of nonsense is that in this era? There is no Gen Z who will just go down to such stupidity. Trust me, no one. Even now, the millennials have already woken up. No one is focused on their stupid traits. And the other thing about the leadership, I'm sorry, I'm doing some other stuff and I'm still talking here. But this is very important. Thank you for creating time for this. Chege, you're laughing. So the other thing is
Umekasirika. I like that. Yes, you multitask, but you have to speak.
I'm on fire, bro. I'm on fire, bro. When you see the things these guys are doing, I'm telling you, I'm in that circle. Someone comes and tells you about her house. You see, like one of a very good friend of mine. I even connected him with some gentlemen in the US during his campaign. That is Mr. Irungu. This guy went and bought a very big land. They cannot be accounted for. Leave about that one. Let's go to Irungu. But we have been silent for so long because we have been in fear of the unknown. What if we say and something happens? This is the high time we should wake up. In fact, we have already woken up. And the best thing now to do is to press on. Because when we give our space, we are going to be doomed. Let us not even listen to the lies. The first thing the government should do now, this is something I passed to the boss, to dissolve the government. Not the government, but the cabinet. Let it be dissolved. After that, now let us get learned people who are capable, competent people who can work in those institutions or in those ministries. Those dockets are empty. People who are there, they are only thinking of money. They are only thinking of how to steal money. Nyakera, after being the chair of KEMSA, what is he doing now? He's taking money all the way to Egypt. Now, every month he goes to Egypt to hide money. I have evidence of these things. But when this guy is confronted, what he says, I don't care. I don't care. Because he knows money works very well in Kenya when you are taken somewhere. Or maybe when the Anti-Corruption Commission comes and says, arrest you. They say, oh, we have arrested this person, but the next thing we hear is that the person has been released. If at all we have as head of state who cares, we need to see arrests of those corrupt ministers. We need to see them being arraigned in courts and also being put in prison. The mistake, biggest one he did, I want to repeat again, is for my brother Kipmurukume. This gentleman was supposed to be fired before getting to Kenya, because even you can see it has even gone to the NSA government. It has been even published that G8 plus elite and region 7 ultimate froze USA $990 million in foreign accounts of 9 Kenyan cabinet ministers or secretaries and 10 corporate parastatal executives. Hours, that is after this cabinet minister was intercepted in the UAE with a sum of USA 16.2 million, which were from a proceed or believed to be from corruption proceeds. My friend, tell me, where are we going to hide as Kenyans if we can continue encouraging such people to continue stealing from us, and then again we tell them you are doing good? If you are not part of that cartel, you are not part of that game, why are you keeping such people then in the office? It doesn't matter. You are my brother or you are who. Yes, you are my friend. But the friendship, you cannot take this friendship for granted. And then the people you are serving, you are stealing from them. And then you talk matope to them. You can see another guy, a learned guy. He's also a good friend of mine. I knew him through the press, Mr. Sudi. Someone who does not think, calling the Jay-Z's stupid. They have not run. They say they have not learned anything. What does that mean? They say they have not read the finance bill. Himself, he cannot read a written thing. You can imagine someone like that who cannot read a written thing that, oh, this is what is written here. Read. It cannot read, and he's calling Gen Z stupid. He's telling them they have not, and then after that they went ahead even translated to their own vernacular languages to prove them wrong. The other thing is the sellout. We should be very careful. This movement.
Sir. Start concluding, sir. We have other speakers. We lack the rage, but get on. Start concluding.
So, sorry for taking your time. The other thing is that we should continue pressing on, and the movement should remain, for the time being, leaderless, because we have noticed there are people who are taking advantages of the situation and going for their own interest. So, much said. Thank you so much for my time, and thank you so much for the time on your space. Thank you. Bye bye.
Lawrence kabla even mimi nataka Lawrence akasirike zaidi kwa sababu the question I asked Lawrence is hii pesa ilipitia wapi? Ilipitia Jomo Kenyatta International Airport.
Now that is the problem.
Alafu aliposhikwa, si kushikwa, alishikwa.
Yes.
Aliachiliwa kwa sababu ya nini?
The president alicall.
Bas.
Listen, this is okay. The person I'm talking about is someone I know for long, and I know how these things can go. This morning, he was arrested carrying cash. Not even something that has been found, maybe like a crypto thing. You are carrying a lot of crypto, because that one is not even. No one can ask you to prove your crypto amount in your either hot wallet or cold wallet. There is something our government, ever since 2013, they have learned another way of laundering money through UAE, Turkey, KN, and Panama. Okay? They are now very afraid of transacting with UK because we have the UK, we have what we call GCHQ. I think whoever is in UK knows about that. They are always monitored. But UAE, Turkey, Cayman, and Panama, they don't care. So long as they receive the funds and they get their cut, the exact 5% they get. There are some, and we have borrowed. We have been pressed. In fact, we are in a systematic oppression. These are systematic oppression ever since we got independent. We have been doing nothing but stealing from our own. No one is caring to who is going to be to suffer, because when they take money, they know they are going to tax us, and we are going to pay no matter what. But time has come. Kenya is raising, and we have pointed out where the problem is. We must clean the government. We must clean the big house.
Thank you, bro.
And if we are not going to do that at this time, we don't have another time. This is the time, because you can see. I mean, he's a Jeve.
Thank you, sir.
Even when he's talking, he cannot leave the country as we talk. I know the reason. Because he fears if he does, there is something that bigger can come out of that.
Lawrence.
Yes,
sir. And your anger. Check, I hope amekujibu.
Most welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And please.
Thank you so much, bro.
Most welcome.
Thank you. I want to give a chance to
Nairobi. I've also been part of the protest in Ongata Rongai, where I live, that turned a little bit chaotic. And from that, just to draw an experience is to say that I don't support violence. It has been documented that in Rongai, one police officer was killed. The video is trending, and his gun was misused by the goons who took the gun. The story is true. From the locals, it is true. We don't deny, and we don't support that. We also don't support
what the police did in retaliation to that. And we also don't support what they did in Githurai and all the undocumented rage that the police has expanded on people
Kwani
from
analipua in
the
silence.
areas. So thank you very much. Can you guys get me?
Yeah, we're hearing him. Fred, Umsi.
Hello.
I think I copied. Yeah.
Hello, Fred. I think you're. Can you hear me,
Yes,
Fred?
I can.
Okay, I think maybe it's your connection. Gaddafi is speaking, so maybe just I don't know. Try drop and request again. We'll bring you up.
Nimejaribu bana na mimi nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza kidogo, naenda shift.
You won't lose your position. Just drop alafu urudi. Kama unanisikia, you should be able to hear him anaongea. Go on, Gaddafi. By the way, Gaddafi, sorry man. That's deep to know. Can you tell us a bit more? Nini, what actually happened in Rongai? Did they, did the people who took the gun start shooting other people? Give us a little bit more, because it's been very scary and confusing for some of us.
Yes. So Rongai is generally a very peaceful place, I must say. The reason it was a concentration of chaos this time, and also one of the centers of this Gen Z revolution, is that this area happens to be an area with a lot of Gen Z. We are surrounded by 8 big universities here in Kenya, and all of them have their hostels in Rongai. You talk of African Nazarene, Multimedia University, Catholic University, Cooperative University, Adventist, Queer, Kenya School of Law. All of them are domiciled in the vicinity of Ongata Rongai, and a lot of youths find Rongai the best place to live, and a lot of hostels are there. Similarly, when they graduate, we remain here. Some of us doing freelance. Myself, I've been in digital economy for 9 years, although I'm employed here in Kenya. Others are still in school and practicing different things here. So we easily became a center because we could come out. We are young, we are many, we know each other, and we have WhatsApp groups. We could easily coordinate and come out every time we needed to come out. However, on that eventual day, what happened is that we came out peacefully, and we did our march from Masai Lodge area to a place called Lysa Hill around Exciting. Then we went back through the same path. Police were looking at us, they were guarding us, there was nothing. We were infiltrated by a few looters, and what we did as the people is to make it easy for police to identify who are the looters amongst us. And I'm sure you might have seen photos and videos trending of people who were naked, okay? Men who are totally naked, because we removed their clothes so that the police can easily identify them, such that when they see somebody who is naked, we've undressed them because we've seen them doing what we are not, advocating for. But they became so many and we could not undress all of them. And for that reason, it now became police are having running battles with us. And because we were many, we felt like, now what happens when a police catches you? And it lasted for around 3 hours of a very dirty game. And police exhausted both the rubber bullets and even the water cannons and the tear gas that they had. And now they started running away. So not all of them had the energy at that point to run away. So we had those that are light, leaving others behind. And some of those that were left behind were left with their weapons. They couldn't run. He's caught by the protesters. His weapon are dispossessed from them. And those protesters now starting doing what Kindiki and Ruto were talking about. We cannot say at this point that that is the gun that was used, especially to shoot the 9-year-old child who unfortunately lost his life. We cannot ascertain. I hear there is a ballistic audit happening to ascertain that that was a specific gun that was used. But to be what we can ascertain is that yes, that happened, and that policeman was killed and his weapon dispossessed. So I now want to go to my contribution, if you haven't given you the account of that. And having been part of it and planning to join my colleagues at the Ministry of Health this afternoon, there is a lady, I forgot, and lack of, having a leader or not having a leader. As a person who has been part of the protest, I also have been thinking about this. And when it comes to a point where all of us are venting and all of us are trying to show our rage and show our anger in this whole revolution, I also feel like we are now starting to lose it. When you are angry, you can lose a strategy when you are too angry. Myself, I've been angry and I'm starting to stabilize myself right now so that I can be able to think. Because when you are angry, at first I discovered that when you are angry, you make a lot of noise. And in hunting, we say that noise and strategy don't go together. So I feel like we are making a lot of noise and we are losing the strategy. About who is our leader, we are concentrating too much on saying who is not our leader. And we are not saying who is our leader. In revolutions like this, by now, a leader should have emerged. Not sitting down and electing or nominating or appointing and saying that this person is our leader, but naturally, a leader should be able to emerge and we should be able to observe them and say that, okay, we didn't intend to have a leader, but through the fight, 1 or 2 or 3 people have emerged and we are willing to back them. We have assessed their spirit, they are pure, they are not traitors, and we can now use them as the center of this. So, does it mean that at this point there is nobody we trust as a people who are leading this revolution, such that we cannot allow them, to lead us? And I love what happened with LSK. LSK have a gallant leader. I've never seen a president like Faith Odhiambo, who is currently there. But when the president nominated her to join that committee that is supposed to look at the debt of the country, her people, that is the LSK fraternity, withdrew her candidature and said that we cannot allow you to be nominated to try and sanitize a process that is already looking dirty. And for that reason, the person who is appointing you is the person who is likely to compromise you. For that reason, they withdrew the president of the LSK from that committee. Can't we do the same as Gen Z, such that when we have a leader, we are capable of giving him all her conditions, that you cannot host a Twitter space for the same person that we are saying he must go, that you cannot go and negotiate with this kind of a person at this moment? Can't we have, even if it's not one leader, a team of leaders and give them condition from the first point, having seen that they qualify from what they stand for? I believe it's time so that we can be strategic, we can be organized, and we can have a center of power that is going to control us. So I feel that a leader should have emerged. Lastly, as I finalize, I want to talk about focus. Okay. Right now, we are also, as Gen Z, trying to beat down everyone who is coming up. Caliph Cairo, when he looked like he's becoming almost a leader of the movement, there was a lot of protest from within us to say that you are not our leader, you are pretending. Somebody who actually managed to enter parliament. Myself, I never managed to enter parliament. I was right at the door. But for him, he managed, and few others managed. So for those that we see are a bit strong, they have a good following, we are using too much energy to say they are not our leader. Okay? For them, they back down, and right now they are focusing on their business. Hanifa, she was doing a very good job mobilizing on Mchanga. A lot of people started fighting her. At least she came yesterday in Uhuru Park. She hasn't backed down. So anybody who is trying to emerge, we are trying to fight them. And when they retreat, we remain here, having fought so many within us and having no one we can look upon. So let's avoid, okay, that issue of fighting anyone who is trying to emerge. We can say you are not our leader, but let's not fight them. Let's not unfollow them. Osama, when he hosted the president, we wanted to host the president our own and not him hosting us. So to that extent, it was a good move for him to host so that he can control who speaks and who doesn't. But he has been fought. Right now, he's silent. Even if he took the money, okay, we as Gen Z should actually encourage him to come, bring that money to the movement, and let's see how we can use it effectively. Not telling him not to go back or from his house, to try and threaten him, telling him apotee Kenya, atoke huku, hata tuko na passport ya kwenye kote anaweza fika na vitu kama hizo, trying to beat down his confidence and that kind of a thing. So let's not stop the infighting. Let's stop the infighting, so that we can have a focus. The point about what I feel we should focus on currently is that we should be able to regroup and galvanize the wins. What is it that we've been able to win up to this point? We started with anti-finance bill. Okay, finance bill is now down. What is our next focus? The Senate, yesterday, the day after they passed the conflict of interest bill, we have a lot of questions to do with it. Do we agree with the Senate that the conflict of interest bill should go as it is with the amendments, with Akina Ledama and Sifuna saying that family members of politicians should be allowed to do business with government? Do we agree with it? What should we focus on in matters that are happening in Parliament? Because one thing I am sure Parliament has learned is that when they publicize a bill too much, Gen Z will know about it, and that way they are going to fight the material fact in that bill. So right now they might have wanted to do things in silence and say that, okay, this conflict of interest bill, our wives would want to do business with Parliament, with government. And if we make it too public, Gen Z are going to discover. So for that reason, they did it very quickly, and right now nobody is talking about it. And there are a lot of bills that are being passed in silence. So how are we able to pass our intelligence as Gen Z to institutions like Parliament and get to know what is happening there, so that finance bill, it doesn't become the only thing that we know of, and a lot of malicious laws get to pass when we don't know. So having brought down the finance bill, for me, I feel we should have a focus. And when you talking about the focus, let's not be general, okay? Something like Ruto must go, that one is very general. For you to bring down somebody like Ruto, even Miguna said, it is not a one-step thing that we march to State House and he resigns, okay? That might be a very, far-fetched thing to try and achieve at a go. We cannot bring him down easily, but we can paralyze him easily. By paralyzing his institutions, by paralyzing his juniors, his generals, and all the people on the ground to an extent that he has no option than to listen to. So to this extent, let's have another focus. For me, I was thinking that this week we are looking at Ministry of Health, making sure that all the interns are posted with the terms as were written on the CBA, and all the JSS teachers are posted with the salary that they demand, okay? Our next target this week was to be IEBC. Let's have IEBC in place. Let's push that. Things that require just a signature or something like that, and a committee is put and we have good leadership in place. Let's make sure that the individuals who go to IEBC are not individuals that are puppets to the current executive or nominated by the same executive. Okay, let's make sure that we are actively involved in who becomes the IEBC chairman. Once we have institutions like those in place, the next target is to now recall people that we are mentioning here angrily, like Akina Sudi. Okay, all those people elected and we feel they should not be occupying those space. We can only do that if we have an IEBC that is there, because the rage without a certain institution like IEBC will be meaningless. We are not going to achieve anything, because we are not going to, at the end of the day, we want to follow the law and the established procedure. So milestone 1, let's have IEBC in place. Milestone 2 is recalling the MPs. And then the rest.
Thank you, bro.
I also,
conclude, please.
As I learned, the issue of austerity. The president has already given us a go-ahead that he wants to do austerity measures in government. He has proposed collapsing 47 institutions which are a bit dormant. And we've been asking these questions time and again. We have KETRACO. In Ministry of Energy, we have KETRACO, we have KenGen, we have KPLC, we have Kenya Pipeline, we have REREC. All of them in energy sector, doing either generation or distribution. Why don't we have one? So we support that collapsing because it will, remove all the loopholes that are siphoning money from the government. So we should also join that debate on austerity and try to suggest to the president, what is it that you're supposed to do on austerity measures? Okay? All the things that need to be done, all the budget cuts, we should have that itemized and bring it out loud on Twitter as much as we can. Everything that we feel we don't need. For me, I don't even need that we are ripe as a country to have 47 counties. Let's have just 8 counties. Most of the counties we have are not economically viable. They cannot collect anything. They are just siphoning money from the executive. Let's join that debate. Let's give him an idea or ideas on austerity, and let's have all our money put into the right use in the country.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Gaddafi. Thank you for your submissions. We have a very long line here. Thank you for bringing that part of austerity. We hadn't really delved into that, but we are listening, and thank you for staying angry, bro. Thank you so much. Cox McJuma, this is your chance. I hope that you can now get in. If not, then we will have to drop you. I'm asking these people who have requested for the mic, please, just a minute, Cox, just a minute before you come in. I'm kindly asking that if you've requested for the mic, please raise your hand up. Otherwise, we wouldn't know which order to ask people to speak. So please have your hand up, and then we'll go in that way. Cox, karibu sana, boss.
Hello, everyone. I've been in the background there listening. I'm not in diaspora, niko KOT huku ndani, huku Kenya. And I like the rage that is going on. My name is Donald Juma. I'm still a student doing HR in my final year in JQuat. So when we have these conversations, and I really appreciate listening to like-minded people. I think everybody in Kenya has been having this rage from long time ago, and my rage is usually in the line of maybe assassination of professional, and it goes unnoticed most of the time because if you don't conform to the government's hizo dirty deals ama kama ile ya ABC of Chris Musando, you are just deleted. And if you kumaanisha, most people have been participating in all these dark deals to compromise the integrity of the institutions that are out there. Also, somebody like Jacob Juma himself, his death is mysterious, and you find these are the people who have done business, they have earned their own money, and they are being killed. And somebody like George Saitoti, and the one that touched me the most is the writer Ken Walibora. His death was also mysterious. So me, I usually ask myself, even if you say everything I'm not going to participate actively to bring change, and you have children learning somewhere, yourself you are pursuing a career path, and at times when your integrity is put to check, either to conform to the undoings or dirty deals, or just doing something that is not right, your life is at danger if you stay to be honest and practice what is right. So my rage is ongoing, and with all things about the government, we need to continue pointing out those people who have been with the track records of breaking the laws. Those killers who are still enjoying the office. And as everybody has said, we need to have a plan, to just follow a plan so that we can recall them at the right time. And or anybody my rage is usually mostly on Didmas, because he killed somebody during the elections, and he's still in office because his regime is the one that took. So let's continue with the rage. Let's continue to plan. As Gaddafi said, we need to be leaderless. We need to let leaders emerge within us, because 2027 is not so far, and the people who we've seen, let's create something that they can learn and be good leaders we are looking up to, and let the movement continue. I'll continue participating in the spaces, because this is where you continue to get information, and we get informed, because the laws of power says people will forget and they will be back to their knee. Let's break that cycle that they have known, and it's so powerful, and it's something that has been happening. They just know you will talk your problems, your basic needs are the one that will return you to work, and you'll be back to business, not talking about Ruto must go, not talking about the finance bill, not talking about the corrupt politicians. You'll just be there, and with this continuous engagement, and we'll just point it out. Let's not tire. I'm not going to take much of your time, because I'm having a class at 3:30 there. But let's continue with this motion. Let's the owners of these spaces continue hosting them, and whenever ideas come up to spread this awareness of maybe of the revolution, let it continue everywhere, in churches, in our families, and in everywhere. Let's try to find our best way to get the ball rolling. And the lastest thing about company downsizing. I think I had a meeting recently with my friends, and a lot of companies are downsizing because the things are not working out, and our so-called president is saying he goes out there to look for jobs, and jobs are dying there in this country. Without mentioning the company, I think there's a company which has laid off about 200 people since January this year alone. Like, this is the downsizing level that I need, because business is not working, and taxes are so high. So let's continue looking into that, to make Kenya a business friendly, and employing our young people. Yeah, thank you so much. I wish you everyone a nice evening and nice time, everyone.
Thank you,
Thank
Cox.
you.
Thank you for the submission, and
Thank you
keep
for
the
the
anger
submission,
burning.
and keep
Renee Ursula, are you ready? Renee? Okay. We will then go to Sir Henry, and then followed by Felix Omondi. So, Sir Henry, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, Evans, Wanyama and Chege. Our first four is to commend you for the spirit. And also thank you for the speakers who have come before and have raised out their views. My first submission will be based on the commission. We need a strong and we need a stronghold leadership for the Gen Z that will put the government to its mandate and accountabilities. Because now I was listening to Gaddafi, who was speaking about the leadership, and I would advise, let's not confuse career activists to leadership, because with a commission, especially when we constitute the IEBC, we'll have a commission where we will have leaders who match their qualifications. We will scrutinize them and hold them to account. That we'll be able to raise our bills to the parliament. We'll be able to raise our issues to the government. You see, like the Ministry of Health, we'll go to the education. We try to raise points. We'll have our leaders who will go to and maybe raise their issues. And we'll also even have to account for the parliament, because now we have a compromised government. You check about the legislation, we check about the judiciary, it's so compromised. when do we even come to state houses hosting MPs so that they can so that they can be forced, or maybe so that they can be told to raise the bills, maybe to vote the bills? That's not constitution. We cannot hold to that. The president should be able to have a unique status, and respect the presidency, because now when we have leaders who are going to state house, when will they do their work? If we have leaders, my issue was only on leaders. Let's have leaders who match the qualifications, leaders who are based on leadership, because now we may confuse career activities, and that's how we'll be a complete sellout. I don't have much to say now, but just to thank you all, and we hope the spirit comes high, and let's not forget the journey that we have.
Chege?
I love that, Sahari. Asante sana. Short and sweet. Short and sweet. Are you in the diaspora or are you around? Do you have any advice for the people who is it so bad? Do our youth have to leave the country, or are we fixing it? Ameenda. Okay. Hakuna watu wameweka mikono juu. Good. Gandalf.
No, I think
Karibu kwa mic.
Felix had put their hand up before Albert, and then
Oh,
yeah.
Hadi. Okay. It's down. Sorry. Yes.
Felix, go ahead.
Hello, am I audible?
John Hassan, could you please put off your mic, please? John Hassan.
Hello, mnanipata?
John Hassan. Oh, amesikia. Good. Okay,
I had to do it.
I'm there.
I had to do
Okay,
it.
just wait for your turn, John. Tutakuita. I think Felix alikuwa ameweka mkono juu, nimeambiwa. Sorry, I was on a call, so I wasn't seeing. Gandalf, please just put your hand up so that we'll remember. Karibu Felix.
Okay. Kindly allow down, then I'll speak up.
Okay, sawa. Gandalf, today is your lucky day. Niaje bro.
Poa sana Chege and Wanyama, asanteni sana. I've been listening in from Bonn, and hopefully I'm in home office, so hopefully my boss doesn't find out. A couple of points. The headline here is quite intriguing. As Kenyans and Kenyans in diaspora can vent, so I think it's our turn here to vent. Yeah? Unajua hii kava, huyu jamaa, Ruto has surrounded himself with incompetencies. When you see people like when you see people like Murkomen, you see people like Aisha Jumwa, the cabinet it's in itself. So you hire people who are incompetent so that you have control over them. Yeah. So the only person who has access to the phone calls, to the details, to addresses of people in Kenya at the snap of a finger is the president of Kenya. That means if you are being abducted in the wee hours of the night, the president definitely knows about it. If Murkomen is running around doubling down in all the arrogancies, yeah, just know that the big office knows what he's doing. He's protected somehow. Yes. If they're getting licenses for their airlines, left, right, and center for their domestic flights, just know that the big man knows. Okay? So the bottom line here is these guys are going to infiltrate even the professional bodies. So that is why you see people like Rigiji doesn't trust anyone today. Yeah? He wants to drive himself. He wants to go by road. He wants to, when you see helicopters falling down left, and center, just know that our system is being infiltrated. And the danger comes in when the damage is done. When you see major accidents happening, whether it is airlines, whether it is road accidents, just know that someone is sleeping on the job. And at that point, you are at the point of no return. Yeah. And that is why it is important to continue focusing on Ruto must go, because the fish rots from the head. Yes. So in all these things, I've had some people here claim we need a leader, or we need organization, or we need strategy. This is the strategy. Conversation. This is the strategy, and it is working. Yeah. Those who have been in media long enough know that today the algorithms push things that trend. So you have a scandal. If people are outraged about a particular thing, it will trend and people will talk about it. Now, that is what we need to keep doing. You know, if you look at the 80s and the 90s, the people who are fighting Moi, they didn't have the resources we have today. They didn't have the instruments that we have today, that I can sit here far away and talk to a bunch of people at the same time. People who I barely know, but people that share the same interests as me. Back in the day, if it was not written in the papers or if we didn't get a microphone at the government sponsored KBC, you didn't have a voice. Today we do. So when someone is saying that we need to strategize, we need to have a leader, we need all this kind of shit, I'm beginning to believe that some of these people are planted in these spaces, yes, to try to influence the conversation in a particular way. Yeah. One of the things that brings down revolutions is that when you put a leader, you have a target. Okay. So you put 2, 3, 4 people, they are automatically a target. Yes. So the government will try to bribe them. The government will find their families. They will try to threaten them and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. The more you remain anonymous, that is where the strength lies. Yeah. So we want engagement. We want things that speak to our interests. One of them being the pilferage in public resources. So you have scandals left, right, center. These people are going to make mistakes left, right, center. So let us just keep hitting them below the belt at every turn. You've seen the politicians are retreating. The number of funerals they attend per weekend is going to reduce significantly. It means the strategy is working. Yes, they're retreating. And believe you me, when the parliament is back, they will start talking. Now, you can imagine these incompetent guys talking. Now, the moment they talk, that is more content for forums like this. Yes. So people like Murkomen are still just going to start siphoning money out of the country. Believe you me, we will have a forum. We will tell these governments that we want a list of our politicians visiting your country and why they are visiting. Yes. If our senators are putting up a bill up there that we do not like, we will tell them we are the people, we want to engage you. Come here, explain what you are saying. Eh? Mwambie wakina Lademo lakini ile kitu kenye ulikuwa unasema pale nyuma ya toilet huko chini ulikuwa unasema nini? What were you trying to say? They need to come to these spaces and spew the garbage they're spewing inside those houses. Okay? So at that particular point, you have narrowed down the group of people who can face the public to a very small group. Yes. And we will hold them to account. Now, these movements should be organic. Okay? That means the leadership comes naturally. Yes, the spaces will be up after a period of time. Give it 5, 6, 7, 8 months. You will see those who are consistent and those who are not. Okay, at that point, the structure will start building up. Yes, so we should not be worried. I know the government has planted its people left, right, center. I urge you people to be safe, master the tricks, have 1 or 2 or 3 accounts. Let us have 3 Wanyamas, 3 Cheges. Yes, at any given forum, yes, you have to have some control mechanism so that if they put you down, you have another one. Yeah, okay. So let us keep pushing on. Let us not give these people space. Let us deplatform them. Those who are saying, okay, let us have a particular agenda. Let us have this, and that. Gentlemen, this is the strategy. The conversation that we are having here is the strategy. I'm at work and I can speak to you people at this hour. Yes, this is the strategy and it is working. Yes. The other day I saw someone put up a GPT code for corrupt politicians. Yes, you type in a politician's name and it gives you all the relevant information that they have. That is what we need to do. Let us start following the money. Yes. Let us come up with a code that scans the companies. Let us get to know people who are behind these companies. Let us get to know their families and friends. And believe you me, they will all be leading to the politicians. Yeah, Africa is the only continent where the rich are not entrepreneurs; they are politicians. They don't build anything. They don't create anything. Yes, in Germany here, the richest people in this country, of course, yeah, some of them did business with Hitler, but they're quite innovative. Yes, you have the Mittelstand here that have people that are extremely creative because the system supports them. They do know what to expect. When you go to the Behörden here, you go to the offices here, the rules are clear. Yes, in as much as it's so bureaucratic, you know the rules of the game. Now try investing in Kenya. Take your money back somewhere, something you're passionate about. Me, for example, I'm passionate about the environment. I come from Homo Bay and the temperatures there are sometimes soaring. So I want to do something about environment. Plant as many trees as you can. The rules are quite unclear. Yes, you go to the offices, the county offices, you go to the extension offices, you ask them where are some of the records that you have about the soil that has been sampled around this region? What are some of the plant species that do well? They don't have. And they sit in these offices, they're drawing salaries. Yeah. So we need to start talking. We need to start following the money. Yes. Contracts cannot be awarded left, right, center to people who are incompetent, to people who do not have a business record, people who do not have an entrepreneurial record. Yeah. So let us keep following the money, and it needs to be at the grassroots level. It needs to start from the grassroots. Okay. There is no way a clerk that earns 60,000 shillings owns a plot worth 60 million shillings. That is a red flag. So let us have a catalog of who works where, starting with the bureaucrats. Who works where? What do they do? How much do they earn? Where do their kids go to school? What properties do they own? How much does that cost? Yes, we need that database. And that is what we need to keep working on. So the strategy is working. We've woken up, and I'm praying and hoping that the young people take the mantle. Yes. I'm not a Gen Z. I missed it a little bit by a few years. I'm born in the early 90s. But no one is happy to leave their country. Believe you me. Living amongst people that see you different, living amongst people that the only person they see is a black person with a low IQ. That is what they think around here. Yeah. So no one is happy being out here. At the same time, no one is happy toiling, facing all the racism and all the kinds of stuff around here. Send that money back home, and you can't get anything done because the system is bloated. Yeah. So we need a cultural shift. And we need the cultural shift that has to start from a very young age. We need to train our kids to say no. Yes. We need to have a culture that, this culture that stops kitu kidogo. Yeah. So corruption starts at a very, if you grow up with it, that is the only thing you think about. Yes. You go to seek a service, you ask first, who do I pay? Yes. Let us try to be a little bit honest. That is the first thing I noticed when I came to Germany, that people are extremely honest here. They tell you the truth. Yes. That is not something that we've mastered as Africans. That is a problem that we have. We have a very bad relationship with the truth. So that is something we need to train from a very early age. Otherwise, asanteni sana. I would have wished to listen to other speakers, but I'm at work, and it can sometimes be a little bit tricky. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana as well. Thanks everyone. This is Wanyama. I'm back. Asante sana to Evans. He had to drop off as well. Chege, I cannot hear you, though I know you are speaking one way or another. The only way I can know you're speaking
Hello.
is I see your
Hata
mic
saa hii you
unmuted.
speak?
So, Chege, if you can drop and then come back, I'll bring you back to the co-host. I need to hear what you're saying. To anyone joining the space right now, asanteni sana.
Hello.
This is an open mic session. I can hear you, Felix.
Yeah, can I hear now?
Okay, so for fairness purposes, I'm going to give everyone 3 minutes so that we move through people. I have a lot of requests, and we have been allowing people to speak as much as possible. But from now, tafadhali tuzingatie dakika tatu muhimu so that more and more requests keep coming in. And thank you so much for the beautiful contributions. Remember to follow my handle. That's Wanyama Wafula. I bring you these discussions. And this week, we want to see how this space is going to last as long as possible as well.
Wanyama, unanisikia sahi?
Hapo sawa? Twende kazi. Ochen, you are next. And please, request for the mic, whether you have 1 follower, 2 followers. I realized people with few followers have this phobia. I don't know where it comes from for speaking in these spaces. This is your space, whether in diaspora or you're in Kenya. Come and share your mind with us. We'll be happy to hear you out. Asante sana. Ochen, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wanyama, for having considered this request. And a great congratulations to everybody who have joined the space this afternoon. Currently, I'm in Kenya, though sharing dual citizenship with Canada. Currently, I'm in Kenya, but the situation here is really pathetic. I would really just wish to pass one point in common, and That's a new one, and maybe echo something that has featured there before. When we talk of the leadership of these groups, somebody who insists on that is somebody who wants to know our trail and maybe start following, because we know the current trend of things, the current state of affairs. Once you are the leader, we know Wanyama is the leader of this group. Maybe you are assassinated or you are given something small to lead the group towards the dustbin. Now, this road doesn't start from the top. I went to my constituency, maybe specifically, I may not quote it in the space, but I went to my home constituency. My area MP voted no, but basically at the constituency level, there is really nothing. I came to learn that my MP is one person who is not installing power to people, and behind bars, behind the people's shadows, he is on a business selling the solar systems that people pay pole pole, the lipa mdogo mdogo type. This thing is really leading the people into total poverty. You see, somebody should be having electricity connection, but not. So if we continue having such like leaders, I would really suggest that if we can have at least occupy movement at the constituency level, so that we can, as we agitate from the top, we also agitate from the bottom part of the management. We can keep our MCS in check, our MPs in check, the governors in check, until now, when we reach the presidency level, now the whole country, the entire country will just be at peace. To finish with, maybe before my time elapses, maybe we can also educate our parents, because you see, these people are really blaming us as youths for the agitations that we are making today, and they are really not seeing the sense. And these are the same people whom, when we are going to vote, they are going to vote the other way around. Based on based on whom maybe they know.
Land in 30 seconds.
Thank you. So to put it straight, one, let us start agitating from the grassroots, and then we hide our identity and make as many accounts as possible so that we may not be tracked. Thank you, Mr. Wanyama.
Asante sana as well. Next, I've seen some people who are on queue. Chege, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah,
So
okay.
sawa. Now we work. Utumishi kwa watu.
Manze,
Next is, I want to hear from Gandalf before. No, Husam. I heard from Gandalf. Husam,
and let's call on
go ahead.
some ladies. Ulisikia vile wanasisimua mjadala.
They will come. They will come. Please request for the mic, whether you are a man, woman, or whatever the identification is. Just request for the mic. I'll give you 3 good minutes to push
Yes,
what your
good
thought is and what your
afternoon.
age is. 3 good minutes. Go
Good
ahead, Usam.
afternoon to you, dear hosts, my fellow Kenyans, Mandugu na Madada, and all my other African comrades who are with us in the space. My name, as my header suggests, my name is Usam. I am a youth addressing you from Mombasa, and since we are facing a constraint with regards to time, I will try and be very, very brief. Now, I don't want to dwell on ideology, since that is all very theoretical. I will just go straight to what I believe are practical solutions in the current context and the current predicament we are facing. Now, since we've already gotten the wheels rolling in our mini revolution, and I think it's a very good thing, first of all, to see that Kenyans are really starting to relook different systems. And One thing I really hate recommending a course of action for people. I always like to guide myself and try and do something myself before I can really try and inspire anybody else to action. So one thing I'm doing personally is I'm looking into and really researching on a form of parallel governance where you find a system being a whole made of functional parts, is just really analyzed in terms of the concept of institutional multiplicity, where you find situations where non-state actors, which is sisi kama raia, we assume some state functions like audit, review, and analysis of policy decisions and interventions being carried out. Now, for me, I have a specific focus which I would really like to call all my fellow Kenyans to action. I would like us also to have a specific focus on county governments and devolved functions. Now, for me, one thing I was really highlighting was I was looking at agriculture, blue economy, and livestock in the county executive committees. I had chosen to focus specifically on Mombasa, since that's the county I'm resident in right now. I really wanted to have a go through and see what's going on. If I could really maybe recommend that to my fellow Kenyans, if we can all together just tuanguke na hizi county bana, tuanguke nao vibaya sana, because I feel that the governors are feeling a bit too comfortable. The pressure has only been on members of parliament and on the executive. So I feel if we can really hold our devolved units to account and hit them with a sort of shock therapy, then it will also permeate other sectors of our society. I won't go too far for now, but tukiweza tu, in summary, tukiweza kuanguka na hizi county vizuri, I know we'll feel the effects in other places. Asanteni sana. I really hope the best. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll just hand back to the hosts. Asanteni sana, guys. I hope you put that into consideration. Tuanguke na makaunti jamaa pia.
Okay, sasa asante sana Usama, and thanks for keeping to the 3 minutes as well. I don't know where my co-host has gone. George, you are next.
Thank you, Wanyama, for that host. And I never thought I would get the mic this quick. Nonetheless, my greetings to all of you. I've heard you say that we want to hear from a lady, and I want to pass my greeting also to Sue Diamond. I hope one day she'll have to speak to us. I have a problem, and the problem is what all of us are facing. We have a poor leadership under Mr. William Ruto. I've said it again before that perhaps his predecessor, former president Uhuru Kenyatta, might have been wrong on so many things. But there's one thing that I'm highly convinced and persuaded, that him castigating Mr. William Ruto as incompetent and corrupt and unable to lead an economy was one of the best advices that we chose to ignore. Well, we can't really cry much over spilled milk, but I think we have a chance to make things right. And perhaps this is why we're having this kind of conversation. And we need to keep it on. We need to, keep checking on facts and, looking at what the Constitution says and try to, hold these people accountable for full implementation of the Constitution. Not selectively, because that's what they do. They only pick the bits that favor them and choose to mutilate on things that are straight and are favorable to people. A case in point is conflict of interest bill 2023, I'm really taken aback that so many cases have been prosecuted. We have people like Obado, we have people like Waititu, among others, and the cases are going on. And while this is happening, the members of parliament are busy mutilating the constitution, making amendments so that they are able to participate in these dubious means. And what will happen subsequently is the cases that are already in court today will not stand, because you cannot continue, prosecuting people on basis of laws that have been amended, and therefore these people will ultimately walk scot-free. So I think we need to be really confident about what we're doing. We need to be really strong. We need to be loud enough and call out some of this behavior, including that the reversal be done on the conflict of interest bill 2023. The other thing is I want to say briefly, and then I drop the mic, is the issue of the IBC. I think there's been back and forth on this. Thank you. I note that the IBC be constituted. I just want to put it to you clearly that nothing impedes us from executing. Nothing impedes IBC from implementing its constitutional mandate, including the recalling of the members of parliament. If we do it today, we have the secretariat and it's functional. Let's follow the debates. Let's have these facts right and do the right thing. Thank you, guys. I yield.
Thanks a lot. Next, it's where is Biril? She was here and then she. Okay, Yule Mama. Go ahead. 3 minutes.
For me?
Yule Mama. Nekesa Lilian. Nekesa Lilian, are you able to hear me?
Are you able to hear me?
Check it. Now I can hear you. Go ahead. I can hear you. 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thanks a lot. So I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial, but it affects us all. So according to me, those people who are suggesting for a leader, I think it's not good. We know what happens when you have a leader. Either atakuwa bribe, anyamaze, ama auliwe. So having a leader, I don't think it's a good idea, maoni yangu. Secondly, maybe we should be looking at accountability. When we talk of accountability, I think it narrows on, or it zeroes on all the issues that we have. For example, the other day when Ruto was suggesting his what he was going to do, he mentioned that he was going to cut down on some expenses, but still he borrowed more money. So for me, the idea of borrowing was not good. Kwa nini? Because you have been told time and again that every day we lose 2 billion, and on the other hand, a third of the budget usually goes to waste. It goes into people's pocket. So the best thing he should do, the budget should be reduced by a third. After the budget has been reduced by a third, no more borrowing. Again, the next financial year, no more development projects, because these so-called development projects, ukiangalia ile ya ukweli, hakuna any development project yenye inafanyikanga ya maana. So the next financial year ingekatwa the budget by a third, kusikwe na any development project, hiyo pesa yote ichanelwe kuli.
Am I the only one who can't hear her?
I think hata mimi siwezi msikia.
Okay, so you will come back. Okay, continue.
You can't hear me.
I can hear you now. You were breaking, but I can hear you now.
Oh, so I
Continue. Your
was
time is still
saying,
on.
I was
You have
saying,
like a minute.
oh, the budget should be cut by a third. No more borrowing. The development projects should be put to a hold so that we can audit them and see like what development is there. Because you'll find that a classroom is built by like you'll hear sijui 10 million to build a single classroom. Sengine unajiuliza kwani hizi classroom ni za nini? Then when you look at the photos of the so-called classrooms, it's just a normal building. Then the other people we should be like they should be accountable ni hawa watu wenye wametoka Turukana County, the governors, the MPs. Guys, asisi wa Kenya tuko huku Nairobi, these other areas, we are feeling good, but our fellows in Turukana, they are not feeling good at all. Kama our leaders wangekuwa wana focus like these 2 years ni maji tu, story ya maji, the whole place ikuwe na maji hivyo, electricity hivyo. Si wote wa Kenya to move sawa, kwa sababu sote tukikuwa sawa ndo maneno itakuwa sawa, hata hao wakuwe na a voice. Then finally aya hiyo point hata inapotea. Nilikuwa nasema hivi 2027 no recycling. Anybody who is currently an MP, sijui governor, MCA asirudi kwa ballot kabisa. Alafu the other people sasa naona wakina Kalonzo, wakina who is this guy? Huyo mrefu Wamalwa sijui nani. See, our people they had a chance so many times. They usually think of themselves. Sasa sioni kwa nini hao ndo wanajipeleka kila mahali wakijionyesha for like they are more concerned, and they had the opportunity and they have never utilized it well. So me, I'm just begging, no more recycling. Anybody mwenye yako kama if it's on the other hand, kama ni hii political thing ndo inafanya ukikuwa MP sijui ndo unajitajirisha, then every 5 years let's bring somebody new from a new family, ndo kila familia ikuwe tajiri. Kama it's true that's the only means poverty itaisha Kenya. So no more recycling. Hata wenye wanajipendekeza sahi hatuwataki unless it's somebody new. That's my thought. No more recycling. We tell our parents hao ndo wataturudisha nyuma. They'll just be told go and vote for yule kijana, go and vote for mtu wetu, sijui go and vote for nani. We should stop them. If they don't know who to vote for properly, they should just stay home and sleep. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Nekesa Lilian. Asante sana. That's a good one.
Yule mama.
For sure we need
Unanisikia Wanyama?
Nakusikia. Nataka tu ku roll through the speakers because kuna watu wamengoja for so
Yeah.
long. George, uliongea? George Kamau. George going once. George Kamau. Okay. Feel for real.
Sorry,
3 minutes.
I already spoke. Thank you.
Asante.
Oh, you already did?
Yeah, I did.
Asante sana.
Yeah. So my name's
Wait, who spoke? George or Phil?
mi sikuongea, ndio naongea sasa. Phil.
Okay. Sawa. Phil, dakika 3.
Sawa. Kwa majina naitwa Philo. I currently stay in Diaspora, Pennsylvania. My one message was, I think we need to start, and I think this is the elephant in the room. I don't think there's a lot of people who get to talk about this, I guess, because some people think that I might be over ambitious, but I think the only way we can be able to solve this problem is to get rid of westernized ways of governance, whereby we have a group of individuals that are going to represent a whole nation, and then they do things in the background secretly, and next thing you know, we don't know where our money is going. There is no accountability, and the expenditures are going up. And that's a class system that Ruto had been trying to, he thought that that would fly. But anyway, the first thing I think we should focus on and this is not me, I'm a millennial because I'm 42, but I know for a fact I've gone through what the Gen Zs have gone through. So even after, this is the Agenda 25. This is just a suggestion. So we first want to focus on accountability. We want to know who are these government officials that are going to get loans, and who authorized those loans, And were they passed by the House? Does does anybody know? Does the nation doesn't know about it? So we are tired of these leaders going abroad and getting loans on behalf of the Kenyan people. And I think if anybody, and this should be something that should be implemented, if anybody has any personal money, I mean any national loan that is in their personal account, IMF should deal with them as accordance as that's a personal loan that they have put into their account. And I think some of these, that's what we need to be getting through. That's the thing that these people are scared of. They don't want us to talk about how much money was taken, who is accountable, where it went to, how it went, how it was spent, so that way we can follow the money trail and guess we can know exactly how we can reduce the deficit. Some of these people need to pay that money back if it was put in personal accounts. Somebody like Marcomen, very corrupt. I don't even understand what he's doing in government. That guy is a sham. He's a clear thug. People like Sudi, uneducated. People who we have ministries in government that don't even have the people who are supposed to be in those ministries. So how you hear today somebody one session here is Ministry of Agriculture, next election cycle he's in the Ministry of Finance. You wonder, are you guys can't you see this nonsense that's going on within government? You know, these are things that we need to start asking ourselves. Another thing is this infrastructure. We need billboards of the national debt. Everybody needs to the people need to be involved with what's going on with our debt. If they if there's a debt, it needs to be put.
I need you to finalize. That's the alarm for you to finalize.
I'm sorry.
Finalize in 30 seconds.
Yes. Okay. And the last one is we need to scrap the whole westernized ways of governance and find new ways of governance that works for all of us. We cannot rely on the individual forms of governance. And that's why Gen Z is leaderless, faceless, and we're also tribeless. And that's the agenda of the Gen Zs. And I have a big following too on Telegram and on WhatsApp. I have a lot of groups that I'm involved with, and we are working behind the scenes. But I need us to start thinking differently. Thank you.
Asante Pia. Thanks a lot, Phil. And we are cruising nicely. For anyone joining us right now, you are listening to Wanyama Wafula. I'm your host today. I host weekly spaces that on Tuesday, Wednesday, and also on Saturdays I host Masculinity Saturday with Mbiti Mondi. On Tuesday and Wednesdays, I host the spaces under Mindscape Africa. It's the co-host right now in this space. So I'll urge you to, first of all, follow my handle. That is the host handle. Also follow the co-host handle. That's Mindscape Africa. We bring you very many speakers, quality speakers, by the way. And we also have open mic sessions like this one that you are experiencing right now. I'm going to keep giving people 3 minutes. If you hear this sound, like this, it means your time is done. Because do not hate me, it's just that we have a lot of requests at the moment and I really need to hear as many people as possible, irrespective of the number of following that you have, be it 3 followers, 10 followers, 50 followers, 30,000 followers. Please request for the mic, come and you'll have your 3 minutes. Next, I'm going to speak to, it was Felix Omondi. And guys,
Hello.
I'm a fair man. Everyone will get their 3 minutes. No need to raise your hand. I have already noted how people are added to the speaker panel. So go ahead, Felix.
Thank you very much for the space. I hope you are audible.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Just want to address a few things very quickly. I'm a bit concerned of the way people who have represented us as the Gen Zs, in one way or the other, there are people who have stood up and their positions are like they're leading, but in real sense, they have not been given the mandate to stand as leaders. But then, in the other hand, they should not feel like they were leaders, and right now people are pointing back at them for making some decisions on behalf of the GNZs. So recently with the summer when he hosted the president and it was not in the will of the people are not supposed to treat him like he has been a traitor because he has stepped up in an opportunity where some of us could have not have managed even hosting a space like this and having the courage to move forward and lead people. But then on his behalf also, he should not feel like people are now stamping his back. Should not also keep the same spirit, and let's see where this things takes us to a success. And then being uh, being without a leader, we should have a communication line at least, so that when a communication is passed, we know that's our voice, and everybody willing to trust the communication, to act as the communication has said. And then right currently we are having leaders who literally knew why they were vying for the leadership. Most of them are thieves. That is, they have money. For example, if I would state, for example, Kidero, when he was vying, he used over 400 million and then failed in the long end. So you'd wonder, why would somebody use money that is more than his salary to gain a position? Is because of power. They want power to use it for their own gains, but not for the interest of the people. So going forward now, we need to push and pressure for good leadership that is honest, one that we can account for, and maybe people should put it mandatory that one should state their state their wealth before they go to leadership. I think I'd stop from there.
Thanks a lot, Felix. That's a good point. Korir, you're next.
Yeah. Hi, comrades. I want to talk about two things. But first, I want to pass my condolences to everyone when I'm a fever because of this madness around. So, my first point is Parliament. It's a fact that no man can ever be satisfied with power. And it's another fact that uncontrollable power will always create monsters. Now, at the moment, what we see is Parliament is now like a part of the executive. Parliament is a body, and the brain sits with the executive. There is no way we are going with such systems. And tumekaa tukiona hii ikifanyika, we have normalized long ago. Hizi parliamentary groups zinaenda kukaa State House and then they come back and tell us chenye wameamua huko. What are they doing in parliament? Parliament should be an independent body that works to the interests of the people and not to the interests of the president. With all fairness, we should expect the parliament to work for us and limit at least what we call parliamentary dictatorship. That's the president has its way, and the executive has its way through the parliament. These August House, mahali wako, mahali wanasikia, they should protect us from the executive. Haifai kuwa the other way around, ati wanatuletea whatever the executive is saying. For the parliament to perform its role in the capacity to legislate what is fair for the country, we need an independent parliament that is non-partisan of personal interests and whatever, because the people's interest reign in supremacy. My point number two, I want to talk about political goodwill. We need leadership that will talk to us honestly. Ile tu kuambiana ukweli. For example, when you get into leadership, kwani wewe unaishi nchi gani? Do you not know what problems sisi as Kenyans tunapitia? Unaingia hapo and unasahau what ati we even have ghost workers. What does it take to even say, let us audit this employment, whatever, tutoe ghost workers? For example, hata mi nauliza, when the Auditor General says 15 billion is missing from the e-citizen platform,
As a leader, haikuumi, haikuwashi. What sort of leadership is that if something like that doesn't really haikuguzi mahali? It's just a report, it's gonna pass, watu watasahau. So mimi naomba hii kitu inaitwa accountability, it needs to come from a point of honesty. And honesty is you really care for the Kenyan. When it says that pale in TSA, papers as emerge, whatever money was collected and the papers that sit there has money, pesa inapotea hapa katikati. As a leader, you should be worried. Those are my 3 minutes. Thank you.
No, you have a very important point. Ndakupatia 1 more minute.
Yeah, I wanted
Finish.
to say about political goodwill and the honesty that sits within politics. It needs to come from a point of honesty, so that if the Auditor General says and that the counties did not remit 57 million that was collected as part of pay or whatever, or 3.5 collected in terms of NHIF payments, wherever you sit as a leader, does it not have haikuumi kwa roho that this money is just lost somewhere? When they say the transfer from NHIF to wherever is new now, there is money that has been lost in between. Does it not bother you? Mbona usikuja kutuambia as Kenyans, this is where we sit, this money has lost. As a government, we want to look into the loopholes, money ilipotelea wapi, so that at one point we can see honesty in government. We can see that a government that cares for Kenyans. We can see the legislature legislating for Kenyans and the supremacy of the people and not whatever the president wants. Mimi nashangaa hata finance bill wanatuambia itapita and then wanaenda rais anasema oh tuondoe, wana clap. Do you not have a mind of your own? Mbunge mzima tu unazungushwa tu, oh, fanya hivi, fanya hivi. Can you imagine being paid $1 million to be told what to do? Si munipe hata mimi hiyo kazi. I mean, at the end of the day, my point is the legislature needs to put the interests of the people there and protect the people from corruption, from an executive that we cannot control, from whatever. The parliament has all that power. They just don't want to use it. And it's lack of political goodwill. Nashukuru Wanyama. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for maintaining within the stipulated time. Musembi Kitavi. Time.
Thank you very much.
Gule,
Hello.
I'll get to you.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Wanyama. Thank you very much. My name is Musembi Kitavi, and I have 4 points to make. One is that we need civic education, and I am very proud today that we are using our spaces to foster civic education. We saw during the protest that some quarters of the youth were used by politicians as goons. These are young people, but because they do not have anything to do for themselves, they were given 1,500 to distract, a very important cause. Therefore, we need to continue to use our spaces to do civic education and urge leaders, especially those maybe who are in charge, to use also their spaces to do civic education. Let the citizens of Kenya understand their duty to the state and the duty of the state to them. Then two, I believe we need to have a sense of direction because we will not keep going to the streets. We need to do something like what happened in the UK, a complete regime change come 2027, or we have our own candidate vie for presidency. Even if they do not win, they will disturb the mathematics. Nobody will have absolute majority in parliament. And that will call for a creation of maybe a government of national unity, like what happened in South Africa. You see, nobody got 50 plus 1, 50% plus 1 vote. We can have that. And it is when we have that, it is easier to impeach a president who doesn't work for us. So I believe that we can still retain this as a loose network and then think of maybe creating a political party so that we can, we can have many youth contesting propositions. We might not solve many things in the streets, but when we contest and win, when we go and sit on those tables, we will now build the Kenya that we want. Then three, I believe that governors are joyriding so much. They are stealing, they are looting our resources in industrial scale. In the industrial scale. We must maybe think of creating loose networks also at county levels, maybe clusters to monitor the work of the governor. For example, I come from Kitui County. The county government of Kitui in the last financial year, 2023-2024, they spent 88 million for foreign travel. I was asking myself this morning, what is the value of going to for benchmarks in foreign countries, and they don't implement whatever thing that they learn over there. So I believe that we must also check what the governors are doing. Then lastly, I want to say that unfortunately, I am one of those who got injured in Kitui on 25th December, June this year. And I sustained some injuries. Yes, just a minute.
1
Yes,
minute.
I finished this. So I say I got injured, and right now I have a plaster cast on my leg. And then I was very reluctant. I did not reach Anifa because I felt there were people who died. There are people who sustained serious injuries. But I heard her say that in Twitter that she has some balances, and I said, now I'm in the house for the course of this. I will go to hospital at the end of this month so that it can be removed. So I reached her because she said she has some balance and she did not respond. So maybe I'm a small wing, I cannot reach her. It is important because she has some balance. Also to look for those people who got injured and maybe support them with something. Maybe those who with the following like Mr. Wanyama, you can help me do that because I sent her receipts and everything, but she did not respond. Thank you.
Thank you too. You can DM me all the details. We'll see what to do. Bilbao, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, ndugu Wanyama, and to all Gen Zs and millennials, wherever you are, greeting guys. And just to pick from where ndugu Korir have said, the political goodwill. The way he has said, we have tuko na constitution ingine mzuri sana. But we don't have the political goodwill who will implement it fully. There is no way from the campaign time tunapatiwa sweet talks, the campaign is good, we fight for these guys, we go everywhere. Then the moment they reach to that parliament, I don't know what is in that house. Sijui nini wakifika kwa hiyo nyumba, what comes to their mind ambayo inawabadilisha from nowhere. Venye ulikuwa unawaona, the president is telling them that I have dropped the finance bill, and the way they are clapping their hand, cheering for him, that is the kind of crops of politicians we have. And those ones in anywhere, hakuna mahali ambaye wanaweza kuwa good implementers. For the issue of leadership, the moment we can say tukue na leadership 1, 2, 3. We can pick 1, 2, 3 when the system is aligned to the leadership that we are going to choose, kwa sababu the leadership ambaye tunawachagua ni watu ambaye wanaenda kurepresent sisi. But here we have those people whom they are going to sit with have two interests. They don't have the interest of what we are fighting for. The interest is two for them: be on our side or we eliminate you. That is the two things. So there is no way at current situation we can choose leadership to seme either Wanyama or other people to stand for us so that they can represent. No, that is not the situation now. Kama tungekuwa na wanasiasa ambaye wako na roho nzuri, wako na roho ya Wakenya, they have that patriotic heart, we could have leadership. Currently as we stand, we are leaderless, tribeless, and all we know is Kenya for better, nothing else. The other thing is the way sahizi tunaendelea for this spacing, for this talking, for this conversation in all aspects, because we are in a digital world. watu watazidi kuchangamka. As we go all day in, day out, we are getting informations, we are getting enlightened. And the more we are enlightened, the more we are understanding how our government or our system or our constitution is supposed to be. Kwa sababu, if we don't understand, we cannot fight. Mr. Wanyama, thank you so much. One thing I want to conclude ni kwamba millennials, Gen Zs, and all the generations that have gone, please and please, currently we are the hope. The hope iko kwetu. We have seen the situation. We are the people who have come out. Let's make sure we achieve the goal. And the goal is accountability and the end of corruption in this country. Thank you so much.
Asante pia. Thanks for all your submissions as well. I want to hear from this guy called Carl. Carl, are you able to hear me? CM Carl.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh.
3 minutes.
Me. Oh, thank you.
No. I want to hear from CM Carl. CM Carl. It seems like not able to hear.
Kelvin, me.
Not
It's
Kelvin.
me.
Oh, it's you with two
It's
different
me.
accounts. Endelea Kelvin.
Thank you. Asante sana Bwana Wanyama kunipatia tena nafasi kwa kuongea kwa hii space. Yangu ni takuwa brief kidogo. Tunataka tuseme kwamba sisi wenyewe saa zingine kama watu tunakosea sana wakati tuna make choice za kuelecta leaders, because wala majamaa wakikuja kwa ground si utuuzia hewa, they make sure wametuuzia hewa ndio tuwaelect. Is high time tunafaa tuangalie mtu akitaka kiti kwa ofisi yoyote, tuangalia kuna professional gani, amesoma kufikia kiwango gani, ndio tuweze kumpatia kiti. You know, it's very sad. Na mimi nimekuwa nikirudia hii story. It's very sad someone like an MCA, it's earning, and we have outside there people who are educated, they have sober mind, and they are professional people like doctors, walimu. Those people, they are getting a little money. It's not fair at all. It's high time sisi tujitokeze, na kama kiongozi wako aku present fit, it's high time to occupy the offices, na tupige kelele, to scream, to make sure that wanatulida unaware that in a way that venye si tunataka, si venye hao wanataka watu lead. Lastly, nikimalizia nataka niongelelea hizi stories za corruption. Corruption imekuwa ni very big disease to our country, starting from office of chief, assistant chief, MCS, MPs and governors. You can imagine something like bursary ndio upate, they want us to
Kelvin, I can't hear you anymore.
reject hizo vitu, na going forward kumekuwa na hizi issues zimekuwa zikireziwa, sijui Gen Z, they need to have a leader. To me, I can suggest that
Okay, we have to keep going. Asante sana Kelvin. I think you have internet issues as well. If you sort that one out, please come back. Gaddafi, go ahead.
Thank you, Wanyama. I just wanted to not, bring this like an altercation, but to try and explain where I'm coming from when I suggest the issue of leadership. I've been on the protests, and when you talk to most of the people who have been on the protest, they probably have a different perspective of this. There are a lot of people we are meeting on the street while on the protest. Some of them working in government and asking us that now that you are saying this, where is your memorandum Now that you have entered and occupied a certain office successfully, where is your memorandum that you're bringing to the government? Because that is now the formal way of now protesting. The end of a process should be a memorandum that should end in something written as an action plan that we need followed, rather than when we enter, then we come back home and post it on social media. And I want to use examples of other revolutions. You can go back to the Arab Spring and all the others. I also want to use, accountability institutions in the country. LSK has been very instrumental in this revolution. If LSK did not have a leader, what you'll be having today is a team of lawyers speaking different voices. Some are team Gen Z, others are team government. But right now, they are speaking as one, as lawyers, because they have an established structure of leadership. That way, they can withdraw their president from that fake committee that was formed. They can voice their concerns as a group because they have a leader. What we are fearing is having a compromised leader. And now I pose this question to the team. Is it that we don't trust anyone in this Gen Z movement? That we can say that we have these 10 guys, they are the ones now to speak on our behalf. When you have like 10 people, it's very difficult to compromise all of them. My next point is on the issue of a party. Somebody talked about a party. Right now, what is scaring people in UDA is the feeling that we are being ousted by the same people that put us in office, because Ruto campaigned on a youth platform, and it's the same on this Gen Z platform. So when he feels like the people who elected me are the people who want me out, for me, hiyo inamguza kidogo. And so I'm feeling, can we have an action plan and say that our work is now to deregister ourselves from UDA, and that should take a week. All of us registering from a party, you can actually do it from a phone, and also deregistering yourself. But when we exit, where are we going? We should have an institution that we are speaking through. And you can talk about Amnesty International. You have a very vocal guy who is on our side all the time. Because they have a leader, they can speak. Haki Africa, the same. All these people have a leader. I am avoiding a situation whereby this movement is going to let me just we are going to be not sustainable because we are leaderless. I have a feeling that at this point we are being taken advantage of because we have no leader. So we can lack sustainability. We can be more vulnerable to fragmentation if we lose direction over time, and all this is being attributed to lack of leadership. So let's get some people that we trust, and let's use them as agents of taking our memorandums to different offices. I rest my case. Thank you, Wanyama.
Thanks, Gaddafi, and thanks for putting your idea to us. But I'll still insist. We are leaderless, but we can accommodate every opinion here. It just doesn't mean that it's the generally agreed opinion. But yes, we are leaderless, and we are going to maintain that until a time T when there will be need for this. And the next person was, I think Corira spoken. Vincent. Vincent, can you hear me? Vincent Omariba. Going once? Twice? Okay, Korir, take it away. 3
Let me
minutes.
let me say less than 3 minutes actually, because nilikuwa nimeongea and I would love to listen from everyone. I wanted to say something about one guy I've been following really closely, anaitwa Ibrahim Traore, the president of Sierra Leone. No, Sierra.
Burkina
Imenipotea
Faso.
kidogo. Burkina Faso, sorry. Yeah, Burkina Faso. So he says that they have been receiving French aid for 63 years of that country, yet they are still struggling to develop. Cutting the aid from France would not kill them, but it would motivate them to work and reform themselves. And you listen very careful, and you listen to that guy, and you feel like that's where we are. We don't need this aid in order to plunge into whatever we are in now, and we are struggling that much. And the same leader for same country, Thomas Sankara, they killed him. May his soul rest in peace. Say it's either champagne for a few, or we have drinking water for all. Bado mina emphasize on very honest conversations. Why in Kenya do we have a member of parliament earning 97 times the minimum wage? And then we go talk about the wage bill is 47% of what we collect. Where's the honesty? You tell us that tax inakolektiwa in other countries, 40% of their collection is tax yao. I mean, at the end of the day, you earn 100% the average person. What are you telling us? If you care so much, then come down. Kuja chini to 5%. Tell us tumeshuka to 5% of the wage of whatever I'm earning, and we want to harmonize this so that it's clean water for everyone and not champagne for a few people and what else everyone else is struggling. Please. Let's have very honest conversation. Any leader hapa or whoever is aspiring to be one. Very honest conversation so that we elevate everyone to a position where we can live comfortably.
Hello.
Hello.
Wanyama. Hello. Kindly finish.
Oh, sorry, I'm done. I think there was someone mwenye anaongea at the background and you can take over.
Okay, so asante sana
Yeah.
Korir. You had a few seconds remaining, that's why I said finish.
No worries.
Thanks a lot. Tony, just wait.
Okay, sawa
Your turn is coming. Yeah, just mute your mic. It's 3 minutes. If you hear this sound, it means your time is done. The reason Musinichukie, the reason why we are doing this is for me to ensure that as many people as possible are offering their opinion and they are heard. So when someone is offering their opinion, let's kindly listen to them as well. Remember to retweet the space because we want it to get in front of many people as possible. Remember to follow my handle, follow the co-host handle as well, and follow each other as we create this community, as we keep the conversations going as well. Next, Mary Maina.
Hi, everyone. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Wanyama, for having me. My name is Mary. I'm calling in from Rwanda. That's where I'm based. And thank you very much. I've been following with in most of these spaces for a couple of weeks now, and glad to have an opportunity to voice my 2 cents about the different matters, especially from a diaspora perspective. So I think mine, just to kind of give a little bit of background, is yes, I'm born in Kenya, but not raised in Kenya. I've been raised in different countries, and maybe my submission might not resonate with some of you, but it's because of the element that I wouldn't claim to have so much expertise around the context of Kenya, but I've been following for quite a while. So I think my frustrations have been in kind of twofold, in a way that growing up and seeing, growing up in other countries where I've lived, where good governance exists actually in Africa, systems work. I've always had a question of why doesn't it seem to work in Kenya? For instance, back when I was around 18, 19, I had to travel all the way back to Kenya just to renew my passport, queue up at Afya Center for like first day, then have to come back second day. And I was like, okay, Kenya is supposed to be like a tech powerhouse. Why isn't this working? Why is the public service not working? So the more I investigated on this matter, and that's where my interest of trying to understand more about Kenya started from, then I got to realize that actually some of these issues are intentionally, there's intentional, it's intentionally designed in a way of resisting change because that change might close off the doors to corruption. Then I couldn't understand the math around it because I'm like, okay, unataka 2,000 so that you process my passport, then it's more like it is corruption. You're cutting. How do you instill an element of corruption just to spoil what you have? And it is your country. It's not like you will, when things go down, you will travel to another Kenya that is somewhere else. So the first fold of the governance is one. The second one is, after trying to understand a lot more, why is corruption seeming to be like a culture? Then I kind of came to ask myself, and why is everybody else seem to be okay with it? Nobody's doing anything around it. And when I speak to Kenyans in Rwanda now, wengine na wazazi, people seems to be on a chill out around it. Okay, I'll just close up, and sorry, just give me 30 seconds to kind of share, and I promise I won't speak again.
It's okay. Go ahead.
So
1 minute.
yeah, okay, asante. So I think when I kept on analyzing, I'm in my late 20s right now. When I kept on analyzing on this matter, it's deeper than just seeing a TV on the top. It's a moral issue. It's a cultural issue. It goes down to the grassroots. What are values? Like, I live in a country where we are seeing good practices around, starting at a very young age. Fundisha watu, somebody talked about civic education, on what being a Kenyan mean and what values it is that we need to instill. By the way, you don't keep pruning bean and expect that in some time you get maize. So for me, I'm very big on addressing the root cause of problems. And I think in terms of addressing the root cause, it's kuangalia, for instance, people in the diaspora community, people who have spoken on this platform, I hear you have kids. Maybe you traveled and started having kids, and there are some who have my reality in a way that we've not had an opportunity to live in Kenya. But how do we interact with being Kenyan? So I would suggest that in the diaspora space, there's so much of a reliance of, okay, government is not doing this. I would suggest that, is there anything that we can start doing that not per se waiting for the government to do, so that we can start instilling that culture, even kwa watoto wetu who have not had an opportunity to live in Kenya. Waanze kujua what Kenya is, and perhaps we might not live to see the changes, but if we uproot that the current morals and values zenye ziko poa, maybe in a few years we will be able to see change. So I think for me, it's more of a call to action for people in the diaspora. Watoto wetu, they are Kenyans. And we can start from there. How do we support them? How do we set platforms that support young people in the diaspora who don't know much about Kenya to understand Kenya, so that they are more patriotic about it? Because I think my patriotism came from the idea of being curious about Kenya and coming to investigate. So thank you very much, and I'll drop from here. Thank you, Asanteni.
Thanks a lot, Mary. And two things. The reason why I gave Mary some bit more time to explain is this. Mary way first. Second, remember that this, especially Kenyans in Rwanda, and I'm speaking because I'm part of them, you should be, first of all, very embarrassed because of what you have been experiencing in Rwanda and in Kigali, and you're not in a position to ask for a little bit better back home. Because once you are in Rwanda, a lot of things that they simplify can be done way better in Kenya. But it's like we are waiting for our own government back home to start doing these things. But in the little things, what can we do? As diaspora, we think about diaspora from the sense of like, diaspora is UK, USA, etc., etc., Spain, Italy, most of the southern Europe or Eastern Europe countries. They're not really places to admire to visit. I used to do these diaspora opportunity spaces and say, do you want to go to Canada? Do you want to go to USA? Do you want to go to UK? Are you a nurse? Are you a clinical officer? I used to do. But then look at the cumulative result. Is it something that you really want for your people? What are you going to do there? Pictures have been circulating of, uh, our fellow Kenyans dying because of winter. They went to Canada in promises of work, etc., etc. But we are not asking clearly from these agents that take people to Canada, what are our people going to do? So thanks a lot. I don't want to speak a lot. I want to give a lot of people the opportunity to give their opinion. But thanks a lot, Mary. That counted a lot.
Wanyama, I don't mean to interrupt. Just a quick one, in case anybody might be willing to know what we are trying to do here in Rwanda. So, like some of the avenues, we're trying to work with university students and see how can we set as platform for young people to elewe, because I can't claim to be the expert. I'm very also curious about knowing more knowing our history. And now mobilize people, Wakenya, people from Kenya who understand the history, who understand a lot more deeper into trying to understand element here. What is the best way forward? Kujua about where we come from is important, and also trying to learn from others in terms of what other governance systems work, what motivates us in different ways. So I'm happy to engage in discussions in this front, and if there are other Kenyans who live in Rwanda on this platform, please reach out so that we can see what we can start doing, and perhaps the government can join us from that front. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Mwafrika, you've been waiting for some time.
Thank you. Thank you for this time. This is my sentiments. Back in 2012, I had a chance to go to Japan to further my studies. I came back recently. I came back to Kenya 2020 April, just before when COVID was around. First things first, I think what we need to do is sort out the educational system here in Kenya, the educational sector. We need to also find ways of dealing with these impunity government politicians, the ones who.
Mwafrika, please move close to your mic. We can't clearly hear you.
We need to sort out these government officials, the ones out here flossing 20 million, which I just read the other day about Oscar Sudi. Also, we also need to be held accountable for the traitors on this movement, like Osama. We shouldn't forget about them as well. And also, I didn't even really want to go to head out into the diaspora. I wanted to stay here, but there was no how can I say, there were no courses for what I wanted to do with my masters. So that's the thing. I think the educational sector is really important, and also we need to stick to each other, and this movement should be leaderless, and we pray for a better Kenya. Thank you very much. Those are my sentiments.
Asante sana. Mariam. Kwanza wewe Mariam. Anyway, give us your views. Mariam, dakika tatu. Not anymore. 3 strict minutes.
na jambo na umesema hivyo. I have to put out a disclaimer. Missy NIS, by the way. So yeah, for all who doubt. Sasa, I'm here to challenge actually the idea that the previous gentleman, for example, is floating around the leaderless movement. When you think about it, does it really make sense to have a leaderless movement? And the reason why I'm saying this is because the previous mandamanos were actually successful because you actually had de facto leaders, that is Hanifa and Boniface Mwangi, whether you like to admit it or not. And after the Reject Finance Bill movement, when they stepped down, when it came to Kwandamana to State House, you notice that it didn't work out clearly because there was no one to give clear direction on what people were doing. So I don't believe that leaderless movement is possible to succeed. For example, right now, at least I'm seeing Eric Omondi has taken the mantle of leadership, and guys are marching to State House on Thursday. So whether you like it or not, that is a leader. Someone has to always be on the forefront to put that brave face for people to motivate them. And even as you're saying that there were no leaders in the other one, remember we're being told that at least we know guys were congregating somewhere and blowing whistles. Someone was somewhere arranging these mandamanos, whether you like it or not. So this leaderless movement thing, I understand your fears, but I don't think it's possible for it to work. And then Wanyama, quick one before my 3 minutes are over. Please, would you mind doing a space one of these days for the guys in diaspora to share some of the systems that work wherever they are and they think would be adapted in Kenya to make to allow things to run smoothly. So yes, that was my request. I've been very curious. People are paying billions to go for those benchmarkings, but you can get that info on the spaces. Asante.
Santi sana, hatujawai kudoubt ni NIS, but ni sawa tu, we will keep watching. Jojo, ngoja kwanza Jojo. Jojo, wait. I want Rogers Willis. Go ahead. 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi guys, can you hear me, Wanyama?
Loud and clear.
Okay. One thing you've said, I want us first to keep our spaces growing, and I would like all of us that are hearing me to follow us up. Now, on the issue of being leaderless as Gen Z, one thing that I know, many of our leaders are taking advantage of this. And Mariam has correctly put it right that it doesn't make sense at all. So if we just unite and find a leader that will speak, and a leader that will not lead us to the bush, in any case, if I can say, for lack of better word. You see, being leaderless, it's like we are just blind cows moving. We don't know what we want in this government or what we need. So, I mean, we have to just. I know most of us here want to be leaders in maybe political spaces or anywhere, or maybe this organization that we are in. Yes, I think being leaderless, I don't agree with that in that point. And then, if you see, like Senegal, we have a very young president elected at 36 years old. I was actually very pleased with that. He's called Bassirou Faye, and also Burkina Faso after a successive coup, they elected a very young leader from the military. And so we have to be inspired in this era. Actually, in this era, where they're saying that by the Gen Zs, I'm actually a pro Gen Z. Anyway, another thing I can say, this is a wake up call for us to know this is a wake-up call actually for the government. They now realize that the Gen Zs are around. At first, they never knew that we are around, so we have to we have to check we have to check on that. Also, the opposition is aware of it, and they know. Also, East Africa and Africa are actually aware of it, and they're also awake. And one thing that I can say, and finally, is that Wanyama, we need to have one Kenya, one nation, and one people. Because after all, if we ban this country, there's nowhere we are going. Actually. So I support the Gen Zs. I'm in support of that, and I will always give.
Sasa, asante sana Rogers. Just a few seconds before finishing. Next time mkikuja kwa spaces, please speak. Most of you Kenyans are very confident people. Usikuje unaongea kama mwenye unaogopa. Speak with vigor, speak with confidence, speak because this is your space and your opinion is highly valued. Solomon, asante sana Rogers.
Can you hear me, guys?
Loud and clear, 3 minutes.
Okay. So on the issue of the leader, we can choose around 10 interim guys who can vouch for us, to speak for us. And in interim means that they don't have the supreme power over everyone. So that's an option that you can pick as for the leaders, and make 10 of them so that we can, because we have a large multitude, so everyone issues can be raised via platform and given maybe place to the government. The other issue is when we go to this maandamano, you occupy State House, what are we asking for? If it is for the leaders, for the payment for these MPs, and we say the cut is up to 200,000. Let's stick to that. Let's not start vouching for 400, maybe 500. Maybe want them to have a car grant. I don't think someone, even anyone who has a platform where he can work, they're given a car grant. So let's not put much on the car grant and so much money that is given to these guys in government. The other issue is, if we want to be as par with the government, let us follow the government's projects, so that at one point, when a government project fails and some amount of money has been used, we can be able to check on how much the project can be valued at, and maybe decide to maybe check whether our money is being taken around in people's pockets. And that issue with MPs now being cautious about the NGCDF money, that they don't want it because us as the Gen Zs, we are refusing it. I think that is a bullshit idea. That's an idea that is way past the time. So for us, maybe we can, at the moment, you can maybe vouch for the money to be given direct to schools, so that maybe people don't miss the opportunity to learn because some MP maybe discriminates them from where they come from or from any issue at all. That's my time.
Exactly. You're 3 seconds away, but thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for keeping it on time. Key points. Jojo, how are you today?
Wanyama, I'm doing good. Thanks for giving me this chance. And everybody else, congratulations for coming together to build Kenya, to build the future forward. I hope you're doing good. It's a Monday. Where are we at? By the way, if you look at this thread for the communication, you can see I sent some information about a leaderless government. We are here because we got ourselves here. We are not going to fix any problem in the same conscience that this problem happened. If we start choosing leaders without checks and balances, I'm telling you, we're gonna go back to where we was. You remember that Arab uprising in Tunisia and Egypt? They actually did not achieve anything. I'm in America. I talk with a lot of people from Egypt. They did not achieve anything. Kenya, right now, we are at a point of achieving a lot. Now, what do we lack? Me, I left Kenya in 1998, right after the bomb blast. Actually, I got my visa the next day on August 6th. Then the bomb blast happened August 7th. I would have been gone. I've lived in America for what now? Like 25 years. I see where we are, and I try to compare it. I have done governance, political science. I have 5 degrees in chemistry, computer science, mathematics. I'm a hustler. I'm on the streets. This is what we miss. We are missing a model citizen. Who is a model citizen of the new Kenya? And this is the same thing that America did when it was moving away from Britain. It cannot sustain us anymore. It cannot also sustain the future of our kids. I have a daughter, 12 years old. She's an American. She was born in America, but she's also a Kenyan. We have so many Kenyans, but the model citizen, who is the future, is not represented. And I want to give you an example. Look at an example of someone like Jojo Shokali. I'm a startup comedian. I'm not a farmer anymore. Some of the professions we are taking, the system cannot be able to even give us employment. Some of the online jobs that we are doing, some of the digital, it cannot be incorporated. I want you to take an example with Jojo Shokali. I'm free. I can curse. Okay, I'm free. I can curse. I'm very free. Just, we need a model citizen. Someone who does not fear the government. This is what these Gen Zs are. Someone who is smart. Someone who, we need a system that can handle the model citizen. I want you to use me as an example. And I'm not calling myself a leader. Just a few seconds. Use me as an example and look who is a model citizen. KK government, you are old. Get out of the way. Ruto must go. And not just Ruto. Everybody gotta go. Jojo Shokali got to go too. Everybody has to move from where they are to the new Kenya. We are having a new Kenya, and a leaderless government is very possible with the software that we have. And my people, let's follow each other and let's keep this movement going on. The people in the diaspora, let's send some money to our people now. Let's send some money to Wafula. Let's send some money to KOTN. But we need to sit down and come up with how we're going to make the decisions on which kind of leaders do we want. And I want you to use Jojo Shokali as an example of a model citizen that we are looking for in order to continue with our movement. We need freedom. We need to be able to curse. We need to be able to incorporate our traditions in this thing. Thank you. Let's keep this going. I'm actually on an airport. Right now, I'm going to Baltimore, Maryland. I love what you're doing, but I'm listening. We are together in this, and we're going to come up with a solution. And leaderless government is the way. We are showing the entire world how it's going to be done. We're not backing up. It's a leaderless movement. It's a leaderless government we're going to have for the first time in the entire world. My people, Kenya is the cradle of civilization, and we're going to take this world ahead. I love you all. Peace.
Huyu anaitwa Jojo. Interesting who we get to meet in the spaces, but he attends every session that I put up, and that's the dedication we call up for. So if we keep this one going, it's a lovely space to be. It's always a lovely time to host different types of opinions, etc., etc. So it's a discussion today, whether you're in Kenya or you're in this diaspora. We keep you in the loop. The Anointed, before I bring in the next batch of speakers, the Anointed. I hope you're anointed, though. Daniel Mangai,
Thank you,
how are
Wanyama.
you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you for giving me this space.
Dakika tatu.
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka kunguzia, there was this guy aliongelelea about kwenda Canada. Wenye wanapelekwa Canada wanapelekwa kufanya nini? One thing, first of all, I'm a hotelier. I'm in Kenya right now. And I'm telling you guys, Kenya has a lot of money. Hiyo tu ndio kitu nimeshuhudia. I'm a hotel industry. I'm a hotelier for around 9 years now. Na hii Kenya iko na do. Like for example, a group ya serikali tunaweza kuja ikae a week in a hotel for a seminar and they end up spending over 100 million. Na mfanyikazi hapo monthly utapata analipwa 20,000, 30,000, which is not right. Na mtu anaenda nje na bado kwa nchi yake kuna pesa ambayo angelipwa mingi sana kuliko yenye analipwa akienda nje. So hii serikali kusema tu kweli inatupoteza kabisa. These guys are spending a lot of money in an hotel. Hizi hoteli zote ziko Kenya wana spend pesa mingi sana sana. Enda Nairobi, enda Naivasha, enda each and every county. Utapata ile pesa inaspendiwa na serikali. It's a lot of money. And yet they are paying wafanyikazi pesa kidogo sana. Sana sana sana. Hao watu hawaendi nje juu ati wanaenda nje juu wanalipwa pesa kidogo. Na ile place wako wanaona mtu huyo mwenye hiyo kazi anaingiza a lot of money na anawalipa pesa kidogo sana. Ndio unapata mtu anaenda nje kutafuta riziki nje. But in this nation, hii Kenya iko na pesa mingi sana. I have a proof of that. I'm a hotelier and I know that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot too. And yes, Kenya kuna pesa. Kama tunaibiwa billion ama sijui ni 2 billion every day. Kuna pesa. We can't argue about that as well. Favorite.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My names are not important. I'm in Gulf from Kenya. I'm from that crazy county, Eldoret. So, number one, we need to, right now we are tackling from above. Now, how about we start using the same movement from below? Every public services, mtu akiitishwa hongo, just start recording it. The picture to go all around, even if ni kama ni kuwasalimia, fine. Because public services zote, they are so messed up. Hata saizi birth certificate, my child was being taken there for a name. Just a simple name, Conrad. Okay, fine. I was so mad, by the way. Kuandika tu jina simple. This guy had to write some other name. Now it takes another couple of months to change the name. Number two, private wings. These private wings, these are the big fishes, they are doing it. They are crushing the public one and then they are opening the private one, which becomes a monopoly whereby we have to just go to it. Like it's a must to go to it. Referral hata huwezi tibiwa saa hizi. Before anze kukutibu washaanza kukupatia options za kwenda sijui their private wing. What's going on? Wacha tuanzie pia chini. As much as we are tackling up there, and I would love so much Wanyama who spread out the word that kila mtu mwenye anaenda kwa public services achukue simu aeke recording on process immediately tu. Ile anafikiwa hivi pap anaweka record kwa passport, kwa birth certificate, in every department, bora tu ni ya public services, because our say they are misbehaving. Number 3, I think the program ya kuweka wase wa public servants on contract, I think it was good, because kila mtu atapata job. If you're not competent and your contract is almost over, you get eliminated, wenda to home. waishia tu home, mse mwingine aingie kwa hiyo job, so that utapata like right now I think it's only maybe 50% wase wenye wanafanya kwa public service, not even 50, I think it's 30, because 50 million I think it's 30 or 20. So wakipigwa contract, kila mtu kama yuko competent, mwaka yako imeishia hapo, au kui renewed, you go home, straight home. The last thing, hata kwa military, like military was supposed to be free, everyone was supposed to be joining there. I love how the Chinese countries they are doing, and Koreas. Once you get to 15 years, umeingizwa military. What if our country could be like that? We could be the strongest country in Africa, not just the capital, the strongest. And the other part is that I'm in Gulf, and I must say it's terrible. Gulf is for desperate people. I'm sorry to say this, but I'm so disappointed. I was doing even much better in my country. I came here with the expectation of it's gonna get brighter. I mean, it's gonna get like brighter, it's gonna get greater. But I got here, it's terrible. Thank you so much. And the last thing, just the last thing, our MPs accounts zao zikuwe frozen to be put under investigation. That way I believe we can do leaderless. Hiyo story na malida hapana. Hivyo tu ndo tutakuwa messed up. Hivyo ndo tunapoteza mwelekeo. This way anonymously kila mtu tu unatuma screenshot hivyo. Thank you so much Wanyama.
Asante pia. Thanks for joining. By the Kenyans in diaspora, keep the comments coming in. I see 2 comments hapo hivyo kwa comment box. Also come to the mic and give your opinion. Also Kenyans in Kenya, you are the people on the ground. Tafadhali come and share also your side of the situation yenye tuko ndani. Biril.
Wanyama, how are you?
I'm not okay, but we have to keep this one going.
Yani nimeshinda nikijaribu kuingia space na drop. It's given me a lot of problems. I had to actually delete and come back. I'm glad Oyo is back. I mentioned something earlier, and I mentioned somewhere, I don't know whether it was your space, that for the first time we're not talking politics. We're actually crying for poor governance. And the moment we will correct the governance system in Kenya, then we're going to get it right into the political mainstream. Why do I say this? The moment you talk about governance, you're going to get into the understanding what is in our constitution, what is in our constitution, what needs to be done by which leader. There's a mix-up here that I'm noticing in many people discussion. There's a difference between national government and county governance. Now, the moment we correct the top, then we are going to streamline it all the way down, because down here, there's a space we had yesterday, I think it was Mizani space, that is really touching on very focal point on poor governance in our county system. I will try to touch a bit on this and that because so many people are on the spaces. So you find that we are getting this critical discussion right now because we are now identifying and notifying that actually we've been politicizing on everything and anything, and then putting tribal lines along the spaces and along our regimes, and we've been forgetting to actually ask for the right questions with how we're being led. Now, this is the first time that we're having one voice, because I'm surprised that we're talking about education in a smaller fraction, but we have a very big problem education system. If you check this case, you see that was just released. You find one student has over 3 results from the same school. So the person that is in that chair should actually go home, and you don't even know how to handle it because it's already happening. Did this person meet the criteria to actually lead this ministry? Does this person know what he's supposed to do there? Does he meet the requirements? Now, there's something that somebody mentioned, and that's why I was actually mentioning Ayo. The YouTube channel may be tedious and it will not reach our grassroots level. But we had Beatrice yesterday on a space whereby she was talking that now they've been discussing and thinking on how to take back the media industry, to remove the politicking in the media, to put either these focal discussions that we're discussing, or maybe we come out with something. Then I was like, wow, we can actually bring the civic education to the grassroots, because it seems that majority, actually doesn't seem, majority do not understand our civic education, majority do not understand our constitution. So when we take this thing back to those, you find that this, they have a lot of vernacular stations. When you take that civic education down there, and how can we do it? And how can we discuss it with the people that are holding those stations, so that you can have this session at least in a day, when that person is listening to the Kisi FM, when they show in Noro FM, those FMs, you find that we have a space or a time frame that we're going to discuss the civic education and a bit of what you need to understand as where you are. Because when you saw Dismas Baraza was welcome, it means that area where that guy is coming from, they're totally not in copy of what's going on right now. Now, that aside, there's something I wanted to mention. Minister of Education. I've seen something about the roads. You realize that every time we're discussing on a budget for the year, for the financial year, we release the budget for the entire scope. So when you're saying that the roads are going to remain like that, does it mean that whatever we did, whatever was budgeted for last year, we had pendings? Was it budgeted for completion, and what mileage was covered, and how many kilometers were covered in each and every scoop? So when you come and now you find we're being spoken to as if like you're making a lot of noise. Now this and this is not going to be done. I find that very rude coming from a leader. The other one just spoke about the CDF, the CDF system, this bursary system. When you're coming back to the space and saying that now that is not going to be there, are you trying to thrash back on our faces that whatever we are now making noise for, now we're bringing more problems to ourselves? No, we're not. And we need to check what was released, what was done. So when you audit the projects, which is not going to be an easy thing, because I said yesterday, and I'm still saying again, it is not, we're not going to be sorted out today or tomorrow. But this thing is a discussion that you have to put to book. This is a discussion that you have to have, however uncomfortable it is, because the moment these things are audited, we know what was allocated, we know what was functionalized, and we know what is pending. Because the worst case scenario, you find you're talking about a road and the contractor is still crying in the offices that has not been paid. So when we are talking about these things, we are not here just to spice up the spaces. We're here to talk of critical matters. And that's why I said, Wanyama, I'm documenting everything people keep on talking about. When we keep on having these things in practicalities, and then we are putting them into functionality, we're going to have a better Kenya, because it's not a discussion that just came out from nowhere. When you're coming here, you're questioning something, have your tangible facts and have something that is on the ground, because if you know very well what's going on right now, it's dog shit. And we cannot keep quiet. And about leaderless and leadership, whatever, right now the baby is still too young. We don't want the baby to be killed. I will not vote for any leadership. Sorry about that. I'll not vote for any leadership at the moment. It's a critical thing. Yes, it's a need, but it's not the right time. When the right time comes, when people actually know that actually now these people know what they're doing and they're not going to kill us with anything, then we can vote a leader. But when you're going to start on leadership things, we're going to kill the baby before the baby sees the bright day. So anybody that forces for a leader, think on the bigger picture. Think about the past. Think about the people that are dying in the rivers, in the dams. Think about those kind of things. So we don't want that. We want to correct it fast. We can have professionals. There's a space we discussed about 58 professionals from each and every institution, because right now when we say doctors were there and we joined them, teachers will be out to join them. We're going to get all the professional engineers. How do you call yourself an engineer and you don't even qualify for that? You don't know how much it costs for us to be where we are. So when you're going for a position and you're going to speak as one Kenyan, it's going to be a discussion that is very tough, but it's going to be a correction measure that is going to be permanent solution for us. Thank you, Wanyama. I'll still be back.
Thanks a lot, Biril. I can feel the anger. Keep
You
it
don't
coming.
want to
Nilisema,
mention.
by the way, in this.
You don't want to mention. I keep on getting angry by the day, because yesterday when we were very peaceful, when we marched from the place we had the consent to our homes, nobody lost a phone, man. Nobody lost anything, even a piece of pen, and we were all peaceful. And the crowd was huge. We couldn't even like stand in one space, all of us. It was like the space was very small. And what if we decided to march to the State House yesterday? What would they have done? Because we're very peaceful. So it is the cops that come and messes up, and then they say that we are not peaceful. Look at what happened yesterday. Where were the goons? You can actually get the picture of yesterday and the picture that they wanted to send the narrative differently. Ah, man.
Sawa, tusikasirike sana, tuchome. So if you're joining the space right now, mi husema when you're mad, please do not take water. I keep saying that, do not take water. You will calm down. Breathe in, breathe out. Ukimaliza, come and tell us what you think. Before I bring in my other co-host, that is CPM Mwangi, hebu niambie, umekuwa hapa hivyo for some time. Talk to me. CPM Mwangi.
Wanisikia?
Nakusikia bana, nipe 3 minutes of wisdom.
Nimeona space yako ilianza umekaa by the way. Anyway, mmemaliza elections huko? Ama mjaanza?
Tulia bana, tulia. Nitapiga campaign baadaye.
So
to focus on Kenya now.
Yeah, the conversation is burning on hotter. Na actually I didn't know what watapatana Sunday. I would have been there. I was waiting for the exact symbolism of Sabasaba. But anyway, it's good. It's good. The momentum is still there. Now, what I would like to say is, you see, also at this juncture is also we try to how can I say, to evolve, so that we stop being less of predictable, and we try now to create, like I will say, a little bit of splinter groups that now you can do intensive content discussion. And by that I mean, like now, for instance, I've seen Kenya Union of Medical Officers have called off the strike that was to happen tomorrow. You see, this is something that members should do, not hiding behind bodies, because these bodies, they're actually the sellouts. And you see, even in my industry, there's what we call EBK, the Board for Engineers, another one called Borax for quantity surveyors and architects. Now, you see, those guys, they have been chilling, and we are coming for them this week. And actually today at 8, we have the Built Environment Assembly space. I think I can share the link there. That will be debunking all the false narratives that have been going around, including those, 160,000 jobs, issues of housing levy and affordable housing. We will be there with all the independent professionals. We will not be hosting any bodies or any associations. It's us as members to discuss, including the students, the graduates, etc., etc. I'll really advocate for that mode, because I actually received a notification that there are two ministries who will be following on that space. And the aim is here, if you create a space to always sort of, I'll say, rant without addressing the issue or stating exactly the end of the bargain, you look like a clown to them. Even for the international audience, the politicians will not be able to confirm that these guys are just lazy, these guys are just etc., etc. So we try to also normalize that content discussion. If it's doctors, now they start be having their own platform. If it's what do we call it, engineers, I will not say engineers, but the built environment, every architect, engineer, QS and the like have their own spaces. These guys, for who else am I leaving? Watu agriculture, their own space. Watu manufacturing, their own space. and now it becomes a content discussions. And now when you are discussing matters of national unity, like status of the economy, like purchasing power, now we come together. If it is maandamano, we come together. We now have to start weaponizing these spaces around content discussion, so that pia wajue we have credible information, we are learned, and we know we will not be taken for granted, and all those kinds of nonsense that they play. You see, like for instance, this issue of road levy. Okay, you will know that the fuel is increasing from 18, and you'll be quick to begin ranting. When you're asked why are you ranting, you will say, for instance, things are becoming more expensive, which is okay. But you see, that is not justifiable in terms of actioning. Even if your buddy from Tanzania asks you why you ranting and just say I'm just angry, sometimes it will not keenly inform the discussion. For road maintenance levy, you know, it is purposefully made for maintenance, and the model used, if you see what happens even in the UK, roads are inawekwa fresh layer of tar, kama ni hizo side drainages zinakuwa remodeled afresh. It's not a matter of coming to do potholes and disappear. You correct your potholes, then you disappear. That is the wrong use of that road maintenance levy. So when you only complain the bit of it being introduced, it's still not a complete statement. I hope now you're getting my point. The other issue is taxes are the ones which develop roads.
CPM, nataka uland. Tuko
Sawa.
na lot of requests.
Sawa. Taxes are the ones which develop roads. If the roads are done correctly, you will have space also to utilize the levy in other issues. So I think I can pause there as the other speakers come in. But Wanyama, if you allow me, I also invite you to the space at 8 for the build fraternity.
Okay, asante sana. I'll definitely see what to do about that. And thanks, by the way, to everyone who is attending our spaces whenever we put it up. Who are the host spaces on different things, tech, diaspora stuff. We speak about governance, both corporate and public governance. And also, I co-host on Mindscape Africa. It's on my handle as well, every Tuesday, Wednesday. And on Saturdays, we host the Masculinity Saturday spaces with BT. Thank you so much. This is my time. I'm not ending the space. We have to keep these spaces going and educating, and Kenyans need to share. Kenyans and Kenyans in diaspora need to share their opinion, and it will be heard as well. I've just brought in Ayo, the co-host, atachukua for the next couple of hours as I go and take my rest for now. Remember to ask for the mic. It's an open mic session. Utapewa dakika zako tatu. Ni yeye ndiye yako in command sasa. As I step off, let's be accommodative of each other as Kenyans, wherever we are, whether it's in Kenya itself or in diaspora as well, because again, one homeland. That's the message. The issues we face, there is no dignity in poverty. I keep saying this. One, there is no dignity in poverty. It doesn't matter the poverty that my mother faces in Western Kenya. It's not any different from what someone's mother is passing through in Central or in Kilifi, as an example. There is no dignity. We don't have a competition on who is more poor than the other. Most of us just want a government that works, hospitals that have medicine, infrastructure that gets us from one point to another, infrastructure that is also generative in the sense of it's not just infrastructure. We can have good roads. Where are the cars? We can have good billboards, good lighting systems, but do they really serve the purpose of the people? I'm not saying it's bad to have them, but is it generative? That's what we are asking for. We're just asking for a fair pay for our doctors. Haya amekuwa maandamano huko hivyo, Occupy MOH. He never misses such things. We are just demanding for a healthy healthcare system, which goes to my second point that I keep singing in every space. We are all, not all, majority of us are just one disease away from poverty. And when it gets to that point, whatever your savings are, kama hujagonjeka inafulia, shukuru Mungu, or whatever you believe in, whatever the higher deity is, shukuru Mungu. Most of us are just one disease away. And especially now, the people in diaspora, who are your support system? And when it gets to the worst and you become sick, harambee zitawekwa at the best. That is what happens. Now you've labored in diaspora for all those years. Time comes for you to go back home. Where are you going? How is home? Tusisahau sisi wote we are on visa. Hata ukipata green card, bado tu it can be revoked anytime. So tukiangalia hizo, let's communicate and be accommodative of each other. Ayo, kuna mimi ama okay.
Niko
You
hapa
are very
hapa.
energetic. I love it. I love it. You're very energetic. So as I step off, remember to follow my handle. We keep these conversations going. Keep retweeting the space. Acha nipumzike kidogo as I takes over. Ayo, over to you.
Thank you so much, Wanyama, for hosting the space, for having us, air our views without fear of being muted or fear of being dropped. But we have to, respect time. So as I take over to co-host, my rule is simple. I'll give each and every one of you 3 minutes. That's 180 seconds. Yeah, so I'll give you 3 minutes to air your views. If there's anyone who wants to rebuttal, please raise up your hand. And if you want to speak, please raise up your hand. I'll give you that chance. And if you're not speaking, please just mute your mic so that you don't get any sort of unnecessary feedback, because we want to enjoy this conversation. And whoever, if you feel like one of the speakers makes you happy, you can please feel free to follow them and retweet what they're tweeting and all that kind of stuff. We are Kenyans and Kenya is our business, and so we had CPM Wangi speak, and now I want to go in this order. Vincent, I'll have you on the mic, followed by Korir, then TM, that's Tomboya, then Mbas, then Mwangi, in that order and sequence. And if you have, if you want to, you want to speak, please just request the mic. I'll give everyone a chance to speak. So, Vincent, your 3 minutes starts now. Good evening, Vincent. How are you? Vincent, are you there?
Yes.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Speak to us.
Okay, fine. Thank you, everyone. I'm so much creative to have this conversation to you. Actually, as Kenyans, let us speak one voice. And let us look the way and the alternative that will remove this man from the office. Because we want a Kenya that accommodates all of us. Not some people are living expensive life, all of us, we are struggling in this life. Now, last week maandamano yenye imepita hii yenye tumefanya hii imeleta vitu mingi sana. Naona sasa tumekuja pamoja, tunaweza ongeleshana from every corner. Let us be brothers keeper kama sahi. Sahi hii serikali yetu tukipea macho hivi venye tunaangalia, you cannot go anywhere. Hatuwezi songa, tutashikana sisi wenyewe venye wanataka tukufe. But as youths, you cannot sleep. We have to wake up and they watch on time. Mambo na governance. Me, I come from TC. Tuko na devolution. In the revolution, tunataka at least tuanzie hapa chini. Tupate kazi. Hata kama kazi haipo. Tunataka serikali at least iko na maono.
Industries that inaweza to accommodate some people tuko na skills.
si eti venye tuko sahi, most of us tuko on loans. We are struggling this life. We are trying to move out of it, but it's very difficult because the life is very expensive for us. Na hatuna kazi ya kufanya, but life must move on. But sasa venye sahi tumefikia, hii serikali yetu tutaifanya aje ndio at least tusonge mbele? Kuna wala ndugu zetu wenye wako mahali outside the country, out diaspora there, they have seen like venye serikali zingine zimefanya mpaka zimechange. Sasa tunataka tupate ideas, tupate maoni mbalimbali from our brothers that venye tumejaribu tunaona imeshindikana, because these men wanatuchapa vibaya. The house will always win because wako na mapunduki, sisi hatuna punduki. They are fighting us, na sisi tuko na information moja ya kuambia, can you accommodate us? Hata sisi ni wa Kenya, but you are suffered. Nyinyi mnakula vinono, mnakula pesa zetu. Tukiangalia watu walimu wanatoka, wanamaliza shule, wanamaliza campus, hakuna kazi. Madaktari ndio wanaandamana, hakuna kazi. Na watu wengine wako serikali ni wale incompetent, wenye hawajasoma ndio wanakula pesa yetu. Mtu anapewa ministry yenye haelewi, yetu anajua tu ni kuingia ofisi, atoke jioni, aingie kwake. All of us here, sisi tuko tunalipa tax yenye iko juu, lakini tunateseka bado. Sasa kwa Wakenya wote, hoja tukuje pamoja. Na mimi naona hii platform yetu yenye tulikuwa tunasema Gen Z tutafute reader, sioni kama reader anafaa kukua. All of us are readers because from the first hiyo country yetu hata huko juu, reader mwenye ako huko ameshindwa kazi.
Your time is up.
Nasikia iko hapo, let me conclude. Sasa let us have something that will make us move ahead. Tumalize ile kiporo tulikuwa nayo. Tunataka huyu mtu aende. Ruto must go. Let us look at the
Thank you, Vincent.
Thank you a lot. Mungu abariki.
Thank you, Vincent.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Barikiwe pia.
Okay.
Asante sana. Nashukuru.
Thank you.
Let's go on to the next speaker. If anybody has a rebuttal before I drop Vincent, we move on. Korir.
Sorry. Thank you. I want to appreciate everyone mwenye ako hapa for these conversations we have every day, time and again. My conversation is about constitution, the one we have, the Kenyan constitution promulgated in the year 2010. We are really struggling to implement this constitution, all the way from the sovereignty of the people. We are not even close to implementing that. Citizenship, Bill of Rights, and we are land. But my very interest ni on leadership and integrity, which is chapter 6 of our constitution. Which takes me to the point here kusema, oh, we need a leader. So ndo tujue place tunaelekea. Believe me, the very reason we are in this mess is because the chapter 6 of our constitution has not been implemented fully. Because if we always argue that a political leadership would not be tainted by corruption in anything, and we would adhere to this chapter 6 of our constitution very, very much, then there would be a lot of vacancies. I don't think we would have any leader. In the executive, in parliament, in judiciary, these positions would be empty. Recently, there is a trend where the vetting of cabinet secretaries and government officials, subsequently, there is a withdrawal of some corruption cases for that effect. Are we implementing chapter 6 of the constitution, which calls for integrity in leadership? The director of public prosecution atakaa tu aamue, oh, this guy is now the deputy president, au kulikuwa na kesi, wacha tuitoe. What is that? I've always argued that we need to look at this chapter 6 and implement this part 100%. Because those who drafted this constitution in 2010 enacted this chapter specifically for political leadership and government that has impeccable integrity. And that's the way to endelea. The history of corruption, grabbing of land and wherever, wastage of natural resources and finances, outright is documented in the, what do you call it, in the Auditor General report. If you go to any Auditor General report, you will get all these. But where do we stand in recycling these leaders when you wamekuwa mentioned or tagged along into these reports as corrupt? We need to study these reports and put in a leadership for a country that is willing to go back and look at these reports and hold people accountable, so that tusikwe tuko hapa tu tunaongelelea we are leaderless because we are even struggling as a country to implement integrity in our very own leadership. And that's the question here that tunaleta. If we give our leaders our Gen Z movement leadership, where is the integrity? And that's where we fall short. See, ati kuna mtu akona shida with being led or anything, but the question of integrity comes in. It's a very young movement, and the only way we can kill it is putting someone with very little integrity. Anyway, if that's the alarm bell, then
Time's up.
yeah, thank you, man. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Drop. Okay, sawa. Korir. Thank you so much, Korir. Next is was it more? No. Next, let's go with Ashiv. Ashiv, are you there?
Yeah,
Ashiv, then Fabish.
Wow. I hope mnanipata na wasalimu wote. Tuko Diaspora actually. We feel represented, kila kitu iko poa. The movement iko fresh. Vive everybody. Wenye walikuwa jana ilikuwa Uhuru Park. Although tulikuwa na hofu like venye wasi walitoka Uhuru Park, venye time imesurpass hivyo, like wasi walitoka late actually. Tulikuwa tunafuatilia online. But sasa tukapata like wasi walitoka kitu kaa 6:30. As per the look actually, sana bo amebo down, amebend down to everything actually. Like jana brutality haikuwa, wasi walifika CBD wakaengage na polisi. Hata polisi saizi wamechoka. Like wataua watu kiasi. Welcome back.
Okay, sawa, Korir. It's okay. Fabish, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. Good evening, everybody, and good afternoon, wherever you are, or good morning, depending on which position of the globe you are. Kwanza, thank you so much, Wanyama, and your co-host for giving us this platform so that we can be able to express ourselves and be able to, chart our way forward as a country and as a people. Kwanza, unajua, tukiongea mambo ya uongo ya huyu jamaa Ruto, it is too much. I don't know why all of a sudden huyu mtu anakaa kama ambao akona problem ya mental kidogo. Like when we are talking of a debt audit, it does not beat any logic kwamba umekuwa unatuambia kwamba unalipa deni, alafu wakati tunakuuliza utuambie deni zetu ni ngapi, unatuambia lazima ufanye audit. Really? Hata nyanyangu ule mwenye ako village, nikimtembelea ananiambia nadaiwa majani pale, nadaiwa sukari pale, kuna tumbaku nilichukua kwa ule mzee. Yeye mwenyewe ashafanya audit yake, anajua kabisa deni zake ni ngapi. Then you want to tell me that the whole country, and you have been telling us that you are paying debt and you don't know how much you are paying, it does not beat any logic. So I think hii mambo ya kuzungushana na kudanganyana, it should come to a halt. Sababu audit mtu huwa unafanya kwanza ndio ujue ni ngapi unadaiwa na unajua interest ya hizo deni ni ngapi, then unajua sasa unalipa. But you cannot tell me that you are just being paying anonymous debt. Then secondly is about these unconstitutional offices ambao tulimsukuma juzi akatuambia kwamba anaziondoa, kama ofisi ya first lady, second lady, third lady. Well, ushaondoa hizo ofisi. But in governance, when you are holding a constitutional office, hakunaga kitu inaitwa sorry. Every mistake must come with accountability and responsibility. Now we want to know who will refund the monies that have been spent unconstitutionally katika hizo offices. Manake ukiwa unasikia first lady na second lady peke yake wamespend almost 1.2 billion, who is going to account for that? Because you cannot tell me that you go there, you make mistake, wakati tumekufika kwa shingo, you come and tell us, okay, if that is the case, I'm sorry, I'm going to drop it. It is not a matter of dropping it, but we want accountability, transparency and responsibility. So I think this is another area that we are going to demand, kwamba hizo pesa ambazo zilitumika in those unconstitutional offices should be, refunded back, to the taxpayers, ili tuweze kuwa na mwelekeo ile ambayo inaeleweka. Tukiongea mambo ya land ambayo imekuwa ni thorny issues, tuko na families ambao they are living on the street. When they die, they don't even have even an inch where to be buried, while they are in Kenya by rights. So hii mambo ya lands pia ni kitu ambao lazima to deliberate and we go deeply, and open conversation. Tujue kuna watu they are owning, millions of acres, while other Kenyans are suffering, they are landless. How can you be a landless in your own country? In fact, we should make even in our constitution that every Kenyan attaining the age of 18, unaenda unapata ID card, unapata health insurance, na unapata title deed, hata kama ni ya 50 by 100. But that should be a right of every Kenyan to own a piece of land, irrespective. Hata kama utapatiwa Turkana, hata kama utapatiwa Mandera, Wajir, Moyale, lakini you are owning a piece of Kenya because you are a Kenyan. And when we talk of, and that is in the rights, in constitution.
Wind up.
Okay, as I wind up, Nikua, if we are sitting down and thinking that Ruto is going to change, or Ruto will bring change, we are doomed. The reason why people are saying Ruto must go is because ni mtu ambao hawezi kubadilika. It is very difficult and very tricky to deal with a liar. Liar is someone that you can never expect change from him. So, and I think the best thing to do is for his advisors to advise him as a good president that he should just quit and resign. Because the problem that we are having currently is because we don't have a good person at the top, somebody with integrity, ambao kweli ako na nia ya kutibu shida na maslahi ya Wakenya. So I think we should insist, and we are not going back, kwamba let him step down, and then we drain the swamp. We go back to factory resetting. Then we start now afresh as a country. We have a new Kenya. Thank you so much. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much, Fabesh. Umesema we have to drain the swamp. We have to drain the swamp and he must go. Hakuna otherwise.
Hakuna otherwise, he must go.
Thank you very much. Let me take Mwangi, then Owala, please. Mwangi, Owala, then Mwilu, in that order. 3 minutes. Mwangi starts now.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Very audible. Go ahead, please.
I really don't want to say much. I think much of what has been said. I think we all agree that Ruto must go, but how are we going to go about it? How are we going to send that guy home? As we speak, by the way, I'm someone who has really suffered under this government. Until last week, I was a business owner, and now I've been forced to close my business. So me and 15 others are jobless. And it's all because of the policies that these guys have put across. The taxes are too high, cost of production is too high. So at the end of the day, you find that the customers that you are relying on, they don't have disposable income. So at the end of the day, you're forced to close your business. And when you go out there seeking for jobs, no one is there to give you a job. On how to go about it, I was thinking most of the approach we've taken is backlash, but I was thinking that we can go for the low-hanging fruits. As we maybe think of how we're going to march to State House, or maybe how IBC is going to be maybe reconstituted, and then we recall the MPs, and maybe the MPs the new MPs that come in, they maybe put across a vote of no confidence. That is going to take a lot of time, but we can go for the low-hanging fruits. I was thinking we can just platform this guy, like we unfollow him on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram if he's there. Because I was checking his numbers, and the guy has like 6.5 million followers on Twitter. I mean, that is too much approval for someone we don't approve of. I think we must unfollow him. We wake up to a headline like the niggas lost like 5 million followers. I think that will be a message of no confidence. His relevance will go down. We'll have communicated our trust issues about his leadership, performance concerns, and we'll also have dented his ego and his emotions zake. So we fight by whatever means, and we start with the low-hanging fruits to one follow sisi wote, and then now we can maybe think of something else. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Over to you, Ayo.
Oh, okay. I think it's my time to speak. It was Mwangi and then me. This is Owala speaking.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Mwangi, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It's Owala speaking now.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Owala, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ayo, for this chance. I've been really waiting online. First, I was here as a listener, and then I requested, and now it's my chance, and I won't waste it on introduction so much. Now, a lot is going on in the country, and we have a conversation that is covering every single part of the streets, every single home, and that is on good governance. One, I want to answer, before you came, I don't know if you were here before, but there is a lady who said that there is no way that we can operate without having a leader, that she does not understand how such a movement can be leaderless. Some people really don't understand this leaderless concept, and I think it is time we put it forward to them. When we say we are leaderless, we don't mean we don't have direction. We know we are not directionless. We are leaderless, but we have a direction. So why are we saying we are leaderless? One, these people are so selective. They are overlooking tribeless, they are overlooking partyless, and then they are only talking about leaders here. Because there are people who believe in cult of personalities, that people should only rally behind a particular person. So Kenyans have failed with the tribes before. Kenyans have failed with parties before, and I can tell you that in 2017, when we were protesting the 26th October election, I still have a scar on my arm. I was grazed by a bullet. The bullet shot my friend Titus Kwatha, who died on the spot. It shot him on the neck, and we buried him. We have rallied behind parties, and that also failed. Now here we are. We do not have a party that we are rallying behind. We do not have a tribe that we are rallying behind. And we do not have an individual that we are rallying behind. That is what we mean by being leaderless. We don't mean that we are directionless, like most people believe. So with that said, we have the chance right now to ensure that we have good governance, and the future is going to be bright for us. The time for making political appointments, political reward for people who are loyal to you during campaigns is over, and it starts by sending Ruto home. The state of our healthcare, the state of our education is in shambles, and if we are not careful, we are going to have a completely failed system if it has not failed right now. And to the people who are afraid of what change might look like, it is normal for people to fear change, but let us embrace change this time. Nobody should tell you that military governance is bad. Nobody should tell you that a civilian coup is bad, because we have been living under that constitution which is not being implemented, and we have seen how bad our lives are. Let us try something new, and it starts with sending Ruto home. Personally, I will be on the streets tomorrow, and I will also be on that group that will be marching to State House on Thursday. I'm in Kisumu, but I'll travel. The last time I traveled, a tear gas canister hit my phone and smashed it, but that does not stop us from going forward to look for what we are looking for, because we will die whether we stay home or we go on the streets. At least let us die for a good cause. My 3 minutes are over. I would have wished to speak more, but there are so many people who are also waiting, so I will leave it at that. Ruto must go.
1 more minute to go. 1 more minute for you, please. One more minute.
Thank you so much. Ruto, there's this thing that we are not really talking about so much, but it is very important. The designation of Kenya as a major non-NATO ally. What this means for Kenya is we are essentially an American lapdog. I don't have a problem with Americans. I have worked with Americans. I lived in Egypt some time back for 4 years, and I was working under an American company there. But being a major non-NATO ally of the United States is simply making us a US lapdog. You can see the shift in foreign policy that has taken place since this designation came about. Suddenly, Ruto was now appearing in Ukraine Peace Summit. Suddenly, our policy on the state of Palestinians is changing, and we have our soldiers guarding embassies of the US in Haiti, and our soldiers are supposed to be fighting in Yemen. I don't know for what reason. We are being made a US lapdog, and it is not good for us because, one, we are sending away other partners like China, who are actually the ones who have given us a lot of good investment since the Kibaki era. So let us be very careful and question all these things when they are happening. And we should not let some eggs hatch because we really don't want to know what is inside those shells. Thank you so much for the extra minute.
It wasn't an extra minute. Actually, it was just within your time. Thank you so much for keeping time. We have, is it Mwilu next?
Hi guys.
After Mwilu we have Ndovukali, then Mbasliech. Yes. Then Jojo. Then later Fabish, you can give your rebuttal. Sorry, Mwilu, your 3 minutes begin now. Go ahead, please.
Please, you can hear me.
We can hear you perfectly well. Go ahead.
So thank you so much for this opportunity. I think I must admit this is my first time to speak in a forum like this. And at least I hear people talk about Ruto, talk about the government, talk about many things about Ruto must go, the top line things. But sometimes I ask myself if we understand really what happens in our government, all these departments which form this government. So I listened to the former president over the years telling us about the person we were about to elect. And I remember one time an old man telling me, we don't know the person we are about to elect. And it doesn't surprise me we are here today. I don't want to speak much about many things which other people or speakers have talked about, but I need to talk about healthcare because that is where I am. Talk about NHIF and this new SIF. We were told it's better, it's improvement of NHIF, but have we asked ourselves about the contribution? Families were told about reduction of the premiums from 500 to 300, at least those who are not in formal employment. But far from that is that the families who one family was contributing 500, but now each family member will contribute 500. I've not asked 300, sorry. I've not asked had any speaker. The people who are meeting the president ask this question. This is a deal. Number two, I checked and I realized this SHIF, I'll contribute more, if almost the same as the one I'm contributing for my private health medical cover. Am I going to get the same benefits? This is another question that have not been asked to this president. Now, please allow me to touch on PPB, Pharmacy and Poisons Board. I'm sure all of you have seen the deaths, you must be burying family or a village, or a friend of yours is attending a funeral. Do we know what is happening? We have an upsurge of fake, counterfeit, parallel imports in the country. Allow me a few seconds because this is important. There is an upsurge of parallel imports in the country. So if you got the chances of you going to a pharmacy and getting authentic medicine is almost zero. There is a lot of corruption at PPB. So whoever will meet the CS for health, ask this question. Why are we allowing PPB to mess around healthcare? If you go around these hospitals, and now these drugs are infiltrating Nairobi Hospital, Aga Khan, Kenyatta, yet the CS is seated in our office doing nothing. So my humble submission is that as we talk about Ruto, as we talk about cabinet, we need also to mulika all these departments, because Ruto may go, the cabinet may go, but if these people are left there, we will not have fixed this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go on with that sequence. Ndovukali.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How you doing? How you
I'm
doing,
doing
man?
fine,
Good, bro. How
Ayo.
are
And
you?
you?
I'm good, man.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm
Talk
good.
That's
to
good
us.
to hear. I like to hear that.
First of all, I'm gonna thank all the diasporas Kenyans. The first, we call the first generation of Kenyans in America. Applaud them, and then the ones that live in Twitter too. For this movement was started right here, in Twitter. And whoever funded it and whoever did whatever they did, whoever pushed the hashtag, whoever founded the hashtag, whatever it was, reject financial bill. Those are the leaders we're talking about. But since they didn't know, they can't tell who it is. And I'll say the Kenyans in the Twitter, you got movement, you got power, you got say, you got all that. But let's talk about the reality in the ground. There's never been a Kenyan government that has never been corrupt. And I understand this. I'm a Kenyan like you. Acha ni switch kwa Kiswahili. Mimi ni Mkenya kama nyinyi. Nikidisagree na nyinyi, maanishi mimi si Mkenya. And you guys don't take that. Hata mkikuwa na power, disagree na nyinyi wako kwa power, probably you guys were gonna kill me. We are Kenyans even if we disagree. That's the bottom line we're playing in, okay? But people don't see that. People want to grab whatever they know, whatever they do. Nobody's talking about solutions. Tukichange gava Kenya sahi, hakuna kita change. We just change the players on top and that's it. Corruption in Kenya is a lifestyle. Lifestyle take forever. Hata nga level goes we change. Kutoka bell bottoms to whatever and there until now. They take a long time to get out of people. Corruption in Kenya is a lifestyle. And you guys are not ready to do their job. I have not seen an idea of how to tackle this shit. I've heard, nimesikia about people crying about it, but no solutions. No real solution, targeted solutions. Everybody is excited about something happening, but nobody's taking responsibility of what's gonna happen. What is it you're gonna do? Anybody has a solution? Was it Ruto atoke sahi? Niambie mtadu nini sahi? Mtaemploy all the 16 million Gen Zs? Not employ. Uko na plan? No your plan. Nobody has a plan of it. Niambie hizi bureaucracy zote ziko Kenya zina need to be paid. That's the Kenyan government bills. Zitalipwa aje? And all of them are rooted in corruption. Nobody can fix that. Tell me who gonna fix that? Just because I'm Gen Z, you think they're gonna disappear? Gen Z, you're just 16 million of Kenyans out of 60 million. Remember that. You're not even the half of the population. Nobody has real solutions for Africans, for us Kenyans. But we are ready to destroy what is already there, because we can do it. But remember, life is all about piling one on top of the other. The other one pushes, give the other Kenyans. The other Kenyans push it to the next generation. Even if we mkichanji gava sahi, mwekeze ma implementation zenu, zitakuwa 60 years, 40 to 60 years later, watu wenu ndo wataziona, nyinyi hamtaziona. You are just the fighters, and that's it. Nothing gonna change. The small things are gonna change. Maybe mulete world-class hospitals, quick, fast. Roads, quick, fast. Things like that. Lakini hizi vitu zingine zi. I'm done, guys.
Thank you, Ndovukali. Thank you so much, Ndovukali. However, I want to respond to you. You've asked very pertinent questions, but I want to try as hard as I can to respond to your humble questions. I have been on the street since the protest began. I'm in Nairobi, Kenya. I've been on the street since the protest began. I've been with a few friends here and there, including names like Akina 6,000, people like Akina Kowino, who's absentia, is absent in this space, and many others, right? And to be honest, I'll tell you this for a fact. The first solution we need as Kenyans is to clean this government off. And that's what I'm telling you. We don't need to know what will happen next and all that kind of stuff. We already know the problem we have. And we want to get rid of the problem and get solutions. You cannot say you need solutions first before you identify the problem. We've already identified what the problem is. Yes, if we say Ruto must go, if we say we want him to dissolve that cabinet and all that, if we say we want fresh elections, we know what we want. And what we need is good governance. Does that mean that everybody, like all other leaders, are not like Ruto? Probably they could be or probably like Ruto. And that's why we don't need a change in the constitution. The constitution has been okay since time immemorial. Okay, we did a reconstruction of the constitution some years back. We don't need a reconstruction of the constitution again. So what we need right now, we need good leadership.
Can I rebuttal
just a moment? Let me finish.
Can I rebuttal
Let me just finish. Let me just finish. We just need good leadership. We just need good governance. We just need someone fresh, someone that relates with our problems. Because I'll tell you for a fact, what did Ruto say before he got in there? What did Ruto say while he was campaigning? He was in the previous government, wasn't he? He was in the previous government for the last 10 years, right? And when he contended for presidency again, he took the seat. And what has been happening since he got the seat? Is the country becoming better? It's becoming worse. And as soon as you realize that it's becoming, we cannot. I will never sit down on the same table with someone murdering young Kenyans in the name of we don't have solutions. We'd rather we'd rather have a constitutional crisis without having a president than having someone who's leading us astray, than having someone who's killing us. Think about it from that direction. We'd rather create a crisis for the constitution and people to see that here we have a crisis and we now need someone who can take that seat and lead us towards the right direction. We cannot go back in the 60s. We cannot just allow ourselves to go back in the 60s. Please rebuttal Ndovuku.
Well, I'm not Dovuku, I'm Dovukali. First of all, you take the constitution away when it don't work for your favor. That's what you're saying. But Ruto went through the constitution to get elected as president. But you want to take the constitution on the side and topple him and do a civilian coup. And then after the civilian coup, bring back the constitution and then do election. It don't work that way. Yeah. This guy was elected by the people of Kenya. No, but for you are even not even there yet. You're probably in somewhere hanging. This dude was doing the same thing, but under the Constitution of Kenya. But when you don't follow it, you say, put it aside, let's do a civilian coup, and then bring it back. Shame on you if you think that's Kenyanism. It don't work that way. Everybody follow the Constitution. If you don't like it, you do amendments or you do referendums. That's what he says. But he don't say we flip him over by force, by power, just because we are allowed. No, he don't say that. Anyways, let other speaker talk.
Fabish,
allow me rebuttal.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. First, I wanted to rebuttal about Mwangi, then Ndovukali. Mwangi was talking about us going for low-hanging fruits. I want to tell him that when I say we have to drain the swamp, you know, what we are looking for is a genesis of the problem. We just don't want, you know, an easy thing, you know. We are looking for the genesis of the problem. So when we are saying drain the swamp, we are going to start by Ruto himself. All these other things that we are talking of MOH, we are talking of the accountability of the CSS, all that one will be done after we have already drained the swamp and bring in the fresh one. And this one also tackle what Ndovukali is talking about. I want to tell Ndovukali that there is nothing unconstitutional of our cause. In fact, we are within the parameters of the Constitution. If something maybe you don't know, even in the chapter 1 of the Constitution, it gives and it is clearly that the power belongs to the people. So we are not doing something outside the Constitution. We are in line with the Constitution because the power belongs to the people, and we donated the power to William Ruto, and William Ruto has abused and misused the power that we donated to him. So what we are doing, we are now taking back the power. And then now we discuss. Now, I want to answer him because maybe a lot of people are asking, what will happen after Ruto exit? This is very simple. This is a good example of what will happen. Number one, if we kick out Ruto and all these cronies, the first thing that we are going to do, we are going to have what we call National Transition Authority. This National Transition Authority will be comprised of men and women with integrity, people who are clean. Now, this National Transition Authority, they are going to root and look for a credible, independent electoral boundaries commission, which also will comprise men and women with high integrity and a fresh. Then now, when we are conducting a fresh election, we will make sure that because we have already drained the swamp, we are not going to recycle the old water in the swamp. We are going to pump in a fresh water. That means any politician, irrespective of the political divide you have been, they are going to step aside. No one is going to be allowed to fight for any elective position until they are sorted out. Tutawachagua kama vile mtu unachagua mchele, moja baada ya mwingine wakichunguzwa. There are others that they will go to committee, and the others that they will be barred for fighting for any elective position, maybe 10 years, na wengine watakuwa forever, like Ruto and the rest. So ile kitu iko bwana Ndovukali, it is not something, najua kwamba wewe labda ni wale ambao lose hope, mnasema wacha tu twende hivyo, sasa tutafanya nini? But millions of Kenyans are not ready to lose hope. You talk of Gen Z, I don't know where you generated your data of 16 million, but even if it is 16 million, that is even more than enough to bring a change. When you want to bring a change, you don't need 50 million out of 50 million. Even 10 million, even 1 million can be able to bring a change and bring sanity in this country. Kwa hivyo, there is nothing good about Ruto. What we are saying is kwamba lazima tuende katika factory reset. Hata wewe saa zingine simu yako inakusumbua, inaanza kuhang, ile kitu ambao unafanya factory resetting, ndio unaanza kuinstall new application, unaanza fresh. Kwa hivyo ndovu kali, you kama ambao labda ume lose hope, what I can just advise you, just give any support, sit back kama uwezi kuparticipate katika maandamano, ama wewe ni umeamua kwamba you want to be at the fence, just sit back and watch when the country is undergoing changes. It has happened in many countries. It has happened in Sri Lanka. It has happened in you know, to Moana, and they come fresh leaders, and we see changes. You know, in South Korea, in Hong Kong, ambao walikuwa wamekaa katika captive ya China for very long time na hiyo authoritarian, but now Kenyans are not ready to be in that authoritarian regime, because this is a country that's supposed to be ruled by the rule of law. You talk of constitution, referendum. I agree with the IO. There is nothing wrong about our constitution. In fact, we have the best constitution. What we are lacking is the spirit of people that they are there to implement that constitution. What we have are greedy people, selfish people, that they are there to serve their interests and the interest of their families. And that is why we are here today. What we need is people, fresh people, people with high integrity. When we talk of this constitution, if we were to follow this chapter 6, Ruto could not even be elected as an MCA. You know, so that is what we are saying. And if we had followed this chapter 6 to the letter, we will not be here. We will not be to this level. So, ile kitu iko ni kuwa saizi the only medicine, tiba ile ambayo iko katika hii Kenya peke yake ni kudrain the swamp. And to drain the swamp ni kuwa Ruto must step aside. Ukiangalia saizi Ruto ameshindwa kubadilisha cabinet. Why? Sababu these are the people they sponsored for his campaign, na lazima wakule waregeshe pesa zao. Now they have held him captive. He cannot do anything. These are the people that funded him. We don't want to be in that situation. We don't want to be in a situation where election, someone need like almost 1 trillion to be able to ascend to that seat. Tunataka ikifika election, mtu ambao anajua kwamba akona integrity na ana meet all the requirements of chapter 6, anasimama. You don't need to use any money. What he just need is to sell a good manifesto. You know, what he can do to Kenyans, what he's doing to transform Kenya to another level. That is what we want. We don't want that you know, a rich person ameiba pesa kule ndiye anakuja kudanganya Wakenya hapa na kutuambia kwamba is capable of doing this and that. Tunataka mtu mwenye anakuwa anaingia pale amesafishwa, he has been mirrored. Tumeangalia baka matumbo yake ako namna gani, anaweza kweli to hold that position. And you cannot do that wakati bado tuko na watu ambao wameoza huko ndani. Lazima kwanza tuwaondoe wale wote wameoza wote, you know, from Ruto, from IG of police, cabinet yake yote, hata how the heads of parastatal wote tunawafagia. You see, then now we start afresh. That is what we mean, Dovukali. Asante.
Okay, so we go next to Ambasliech. How are you? After Ambasliech, we go to Jojo Show, then Kaham, then Trisam. In that order.
Hello, Ayo.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much for hosting me today. It's my first time talking in any kind of space. My name is Okayo. I'm originally from Siaya County, but I live in New Jersey right now, and I've been following every discussion since the protests began. I'd like to first of all start by telling my brother Ndovukali that he is extremely pessimistic and defeatist in his notion. And the fact that he's also saying that, it is not us who will enjoy the fruits of what people are fighting for. It is our children, maybe 60 years from now. Well, right now our children have nothing, brother. Our children have absolutely nothing. There is nothing that they are going to inherit tomorrow. I have a 3-year-old son. He is a Kenyan, and he has nothing in Kenya because it's being looted dry. Part of is not that's not even the main thing I wanted to speak about, but just to further the point, it all sinks into the prospect of the fact that we are fighting for the future. Something like oil. I know many of you remember the fanfare, and there was a lot of screaming headlines talking about, oh, we've discovered oil. It was such a big deal for weeks and weeks and weeks back in 2012 March, and everyone was just so happy that we've now finally discovered oil. And in my thought process then as a university student in Moi University, I was thinking that, okay, we've now discovered oil. We've been importing crude oil from outside, and we have a refinery in where at that time I lived in Mombasa. We have an oil refinery for crude oil in Changamwe. So now finally we get to have our own crude oil in Kenya. We mine it, and then we transport it to Mombasa, and then in Mombasa it gets to be refined, and then we get our own gas. Maybe we get to be self-sufficient. But as of a week ago, I was watching a feature on Al Jazeera about Ruto, and Al Jazeera they were saying that Kenya has borrowed 70% of its GDP, and Kenya doesn't have the natural resources to pay this back. So Kenya doesn't have the resources to pay this back. And I'm like, I thought we discovered oil, for example. They were like, Kenya doesn't have oil. The oil that we have, but Tullow Oil is exporting it. It's literally designated for export. All this money is going straight back to our colonizers. And we're just going to sit back and watch. And you cannot denigrate people and talk about, oh, what you're fighting for. You're not gonna. You want to do a civilian coup? Call it a civilian coup, but it's enshrined in the government, in the constitution. The first article of the constitution gives sovereign power to the people. So the people who voted for Ruto have decided that he is not good enough to lead them anymore. So they are well within their rights constitutionally to take him out of power. So this gaslighting that, oh, what plans do we have? Right now, there's no plan. The Gen Zs that you're saying are unemployed, they are still unemployed. What plan do you have for them under this current dispensation? We need to get serious here. And you're talking like this, and some people have gone to the streets and they've paid the ultimate price, lost their lives. 39 people, as far as we know. Some are still missing, as far as we know. And you're here talking about, oh, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Like, that's a very defeatist notion, and I reject it. My whole idea is that Ruto was not qualified to be president in the first place. He's a convicted land grabber, and he got off with a slap on the wrist, a 5 million fine. Who gets a 5 million fine? If you steal land from someone and you're found guilty, you go to jail. But this guy got off with a slap on the wrist and stayed as deputy president, ended up as president. Because of the Article 6 that we have in the constitution that should not have allowed him to run, still went on to allow him to run. So right now, I'm all for Ruto out. We are draining the swamp piece by piece. And even if it takes 1 month, even if it takes 6 years, even if it takes 60 years and our great-grandchildren are the ones that will enjoy it, so be it. Thank you very much for hosting me.
Thank you so much. Jojo.
Yes, Ayo. How's
Go ahead.
everything? Yes. I've been part and parcel of this discussion, and I like the direction we are taking. But at the same time, when the Black Lives Matter started, I was in America. I was out in the streets. I was rioting. I've been in this country almost all my life, and what I see here, I see an example of when America separated from Britain. They had to fight for it. They realized they are something else. Right now, the Gen Z and a lot of Kenyans, you are realizing that you are something else. But this something else, you don't know what it is. I happen to be on this other side, and I come to Kenya frequently, so I can see what it is. I think I'm not lying to myself that I see what it is. You are new people. You are also Americans. You are global people. In fact, Kenya is too small. Walking around the world saying you are Kenya is beautiful. But the real aspect of it has caught up with us. It's time to change. We are different. You know, you can say you are Kenyan, but who is a Kenyan? Today, you are not Kenyan. You are global. You are a global citizen. And you are so global, you don't even know. America has so much influence on you, on all of us. These Gen Z kids, they can see their fellow age mates in America holding guns. They can see what's going on. They can see the movement of LGBT. These young people, they are so, you know, they are so smart about what's happening in the world. And it has come to caught up with a lot of us. Who are we? For example, right now we are looking for a leader. It's a new system. And all of us, we know it's a new system we are working on here. We don't have anything yet. So let's not learn beyond ourselves, thinking that the order system, the Ruto system, the Kibaki system, that system is gone and it's not coming back. And what we have here is a movement that is not going to stop, almost like a blood flowing in our body. We are new, and we are trying to define this new thing, this new being. How is he going to move forward? Let's say, for example, you made Jojo Chokari the leader of this Gen Z. For example, why do I think that I would be capable of leading this movement? I can give you some few things I think. One of them is this. We are all trying to be global. We are all trying to be American. And I'm saying this with the best intention possible. We want freedom of speech. We want to be free. We want education to come easy. We don't want our money to be stolen. It's a new day. You are new. There has to be a new form of government. And even if it means it's doing away with that constitution, it's about time. America did it. After some time, you realize, wait a minute, I think I'm different. Me, I got my kids. I got my daughter, she's Kikuyu, but she cannot speak that Kikuyu. She has not grown in that Kenya, but she is Kenyan. So is a lot of Gen Z. They are new and they are trying to find their identity.
Time
They
is
are
up.
trying to, just 30 seconds. We are new. We are a new nation. And this movement is almost like being born again. We've been born again. And we have to look for fresh, new leaders with the fresh, new time. And how do you form a government? It's easy. Few speeches, a flag, and an anthem. We're going to do it. And we're not going back. And we're going to be so strong about this. Snitches, they have their place. And we're also going to take an oath. This is not a joke. We're going to take an oath to move in a new direction that we're going to show the entire Africa. Maybe it's about time for Africa to unite. Uganda, they're going to be rioting. Nigeria going to be rioting. Ghana going to be rioting, following what Kenya is doing. Maybe it's time for the entire Africa to unite and work as it works, just like the way I'm able to go to every state of United States of America. My people, I love you. You are new. We are new. A new government. I'm talking about Ruto must go. Zakayo lazima aishie and drain the entire swamp.
This is this is the whistle for me. Anyway, Trisam.
I think I was next.
Sorry,
Ayo.
Kahama. Sorry, Kahama, then Trisam.
Yes,
Sorry about that.
Yes.
Kahama, go ahead.
No problem. Thank you for very much for this opportunity. I want to address what Ndovukali, I think he's still around. Ndovukali has raised some pertinent issues, which I have spent the entire day trying to address on Twitter about what are the solutions. I personally, I don't believe in solutions, because I think when you have a solution, another problem comes. When you have another solution, a solution, another problem pops up. So I look at trade-offs, like what is the best trade-off as at now that Kenya can have? Because I'm a lawyer by profession. I look at it from the perspective of under the constitution, because Ndovukali actually talked about we elected Kenyans, we elected Ruto through the constitution. I mean, Wanyama is our host here. He has publicly said he voted for Ruto at some point, and right now we want him out. My point has been basically on rule-based institutions. I have dwelt on it so much, and I'm coming to address it on the following premise. Number one, we gave ourselves a constitution on 27th August 2010, but we have a problem with implementing it. The problem why we can't implement this constitution are three-pronged. One, we have lack of political goodwill. Lack of political goodwill means there are people in power, from the president to the MCA, to even the village elder in the village, who have a constitution but just fail. They don't want to implement it. You ask yourself, why? We go back to the nature of politics that has been in this country since 1963. The nature of politics has always been, in my opinion, also again three-pronged. Number one, it has been influenced by corruption. Look at the amount of money that these politicians use to get into power, and they need to get back their money. Number two, incompetency. And number three, illiberalism or liberalism, depending on where we are. I'm a young person. I was born in 94, so I experienced Moi, Kibaki, Jubilee. There are all the people who experienced Kenyatta. But if you look at all the 4 or 5 governments that we have had since 1963, corruption has been consistent. We praise Kibaki because Kibaki was competent enough by reconstituting an economic team that uplifted our economy. But 2003, 2005, we had Anglo-leasing, we had scandals of Artur Magarian and Artur Sagarisian, and many deep scandals during Kibaki. But we always remember Kibaki as the best president, but there was corruption. Moi gave birth to politically Ruto and Uhuru. From 2014 to date, Uhuru have been in power. And Moi's politics was incompetent, Moi's politics was corrupt, and there's nothing as bad as having incompetent and corrupt politics, because even your corruption is so bad. That's what we have seen in the past 10 years. And we have ourselves, like, we elected a tyrant. Forgive me for calling Ruto a tyrant if Ruto has fans. We elected a tyrant. The Supreme Court approved that using the same constitution. And you ask yourself, will these people have the political goodwill to implement the constitution? The second problem that we have in implementing the constitution is a lack of public vigilance, which I credit the Gen Z and the movement that happened 2 weeks ago. It has addressed this problem, because this problem existed to an extent that David Ndii called us digital activism wankers. Why? Because he knew nobody will do anything by going to the streets. We proved him wrong, and we have at least a victory on public vigilance. The third problem is a culture of bad manners, which you can see how the expenditure is everywhere, and how, you know, we have been protesting. Kidogo kidogo unasikia CS mara anatumia pesa vibaya, anatumia pesa kiujinga sana. That bad manners. But my point is, public vigilance has been a victory for this maandamano. We occupied parliament. Nobody in the history of Kenya has ever occupied parliament. Even the second liberators of the 90s were surprised that people occupied parliament. Parliament is a powerful institution in the constitution. That's why the executive has to capture it. Without parliament, the executive is toothless. So we occupied parliament. We made the president, the first time in history for a president to address people on X, because our public vigilance is now the strength that we have. And to me, the trade-off in the context of rule-based institution it answers the question, how can we survive in 2027, in 2032, in case we elect Ruto or another person we think that is a man of integrity and they let us down? Kithure Kindiki, we all know him. Kithure Kindiki was a champion for human rights. Kithure Kindiki had all the integrity that we can ever think of before he joined the government. But look at the Kithure Kindiki of today. He has disappointed us big time. So we do not have a standard of measuring who will be in power. We can get through to it today. We get, for example, let's nominate Ayo. We know that Ayo championed for Occupy Parliament. We give Ayo that seat. Bwana Ayo afike huko akue kama Osama, aanze kuongea kama Ruto ama Ndi. Tunashani Ayo, si tulikuwa nawe kwa space. What is happening? You know. And the red flags are there. The red flags are there. We can even appoint Okia Omtata. We can appoint Okia Omtata, apate nafasi, afike hapo, abadilike tunashanga. What is the problem? I think he was a man of integrity. So for me, my trade-off is in the context of rule-based institution to an extent that we have many institutions in the constitution. Let's start with EACC. Public vigilance works like this. Occupy EACC, for example. We understand, because let me use the parliament example. We took time, we read the finance bill. We understood the substance of that finance bill and the procedure of passing and making law. That was a plus for me. People got to use X Spaces, TikTok, other digital platforms. They discussed the procedure of making law. They discussed what are the merits, the demerits of the finance bill and everything. And it was a success. The finance bill was rejected. Why can't we use that energy in all the institutions, starting from EACC, IEBC, the judiciary, the executive, the parliament, so that even if you have rogue people in those institutions and they joke, we send them greetings. By greetings, you know what I mean. We were sending greetings to MPs 2 weeks ago. Because parliament, you saw through public vigilance, we occupied parliament and the MPs were running like headless chicken everywhere. Remember, with the rule-based institution, it's still within the constitution. We are not doing away with the constitution. We are not putting it aside, starting like, no. We are trying to survive with a rogue leader because the electorate are fickle. Ruto is a cunning person. That guy sold the hustler narrative to us, and we were like, he painted himself as a hero in all these things. Nikama, dynasty versus hustler. People fell for dynasty versus hustler. He knows how to speak to the crowd. We can have X Spaces everywhere, but 2027, that man atashika microphone, aongeleshe crowd, and people will be confused. In Nairobi in 2017, Miguna vied for Nairobi governor. Nairobians wameenda shule. They voted for Sonko. We don't know we don't know the dynamics, but they voted for Sonko. Miguna got a paltry around 5,000 to 10,000 votes. It tells you the nature of our electorate system. And if we can have that public vigilance against each and every institution. We spend time on X Spaces talking about every single institution. Tunaweza ongea kuhusu EACC leo. We understand the history of EACC. What is the law that establishes EACC? How do they conduct the investigations? Investigation ya so and so imefika wapi? If there is nothing happening, we occupy EACC. Integrity Center iko hapo Valley Road. Simbali na mali tulikuwa naandamana last week, but we go to IBC. Yeah. So my point is, rule-based institutions are the best trade-off, so that if we elect a good person or a bad person, we are able to survive because we already have the public vigilance with us, which to me is the success of the Mandamano 2 weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ulikuwa na speed points hadi nilikuwa nashangaa. Sitaki hata time yako ilisha kitamu nikasema, huyu nitamstop aje. Thank you so much. Enyewe you are worth that time. Trisam, are you there? After Trisam, we go to Fabish because Fabish has their hands up. Trisam, are you there? Trisam going once. The second time, Trisam going thrice. Fabish, I'll go with you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the speaker that just spoke. First, I have a great, immense respect for lawyers and the love and the work they are doing in this country. He has talked a lot of points, but I think I was lost somewhere. I find it difficult to understand him at some point because what I know is that when we have a country that is, it is run by good governance, we don't need public vigilance. What we just need is we need to have institutions that are working and operating upright. Then the work of the public ni kujiendeleza na kulipa ushuru. We don't need to be vigilant always. That is not, a correct country. What we need is just the institution. But the problem that we are having is that the institutions that we are having are being infiltrated from the center. Like for example, now, when we talk of ESCC, we talk of police, unaona wanapata backup from Mr. Ruto. Like I tell you, he's a lawyer, and I know he knows these things. We have a lot of court orders in this country that are not respected. And how can you implement a court order? And I think you will give him maybe chance later to come back and tell us about these court orders. Because if you go and obtain a court order, you will be expecting that court order to be implemented and to be reinforced. If it is of the land issue, of, concerning someone, then you need to go to a police, present the court order, and then the police will effect that order. Or if that court order is served to the institution, then that institution is supposed to act as ordered by the courts. But now here we have a regime that doesn't respect judiciary. That's it. So even him as a lawyer, I know he have, maybe even as we are talking, he have even some court orders that it has just become a waste, a paper. So if the executive is upright and the judiciary is upright, but even if judiciary is upright and the executive is ill-bent, judiciary will be frustrated. And him also being a member of the judiciary, I know that you know what I'm talking about. So what we are saying is we need to change the lifestyle of this country. And the best way to change the lifestyle of this country, let us set an example by removing Ruto, by recalling him. And I agree with him that that this is within our constitution. We are taking the powers back. You see, so that now we change the way forward. Our constitution does not have problem. Tumeangalia watu lawyers wanaenda kotini, wanashinda kesi. Tukiongea kuhusu mambo ya hata judiciary vile walimuingiza Ruto. Kwanza, judiciary maybe could do little because the IBC was already infiltrated, and Ruto was part of the executive katika Ruto. You cannot tell us that atiakwa ati deep state vile alikuwa anataka kutudanganya. He had tools of power. Alikuwa na all mechanism ya kuinfluence IBC. Tunajua watu wake walikuwa pale ndani. Chirchir ambao alikuwa former pale, alikuwa bado wako na watu wake pale ndani. So what we are saying is, even if you have the running institutions, but there is no goodwill from the executive, it will be drained down. Sasa wacha kwanza tungangane kwanza na executive, Ruto tumwangusha. Nasikia vibaya sana watu wakiongea mambo ya 2027. There is no 2027 here. Ruto must go home before that 2027. Let us start afresh. Then sasa tutaanza another new cycle of 5 years. Fresh. So where I fail to understand him is when he talk of public vigilance. Why should we have public vigilance when we have institutions that are mandated? For example, now, when you have a parliament that they are doing oversight, why should people come to the street and ask ESCC, why you didn't arrest this one? When we have a police, a DCI that is working, and in conjunction with other institutions, we don't need public vigilance. Public need to go, with their normal duties and pay their taxes. That is my take.
Can I respond, Ayo?
Yeah, briefly. Respond briefly so we have other speakers. Go ahead, please.
Okay, sawa. A brief response to that. Public vigilance in this context does not mean that every time we are on the street. No. Public vigilance is tied towards civic education, which means that every time we have such forums, we understand about how these institutions work, so that if they don't work, we can always ask them to work and we go to the streets. It's not that every time to streets we want them to work, because we have bad-mannered leaders in government. They have bad manners, Mr. Fabrice. These people, imagine 2014 to 2024, the first time we had a constitution under an election under the new constitution, whom did we elect? ICC suspects. Did they have red flags? Of course. 2017, we re-elected them. 2022, we elected another one. So there is, the electorate is fickle. We are susceptible to vulnerability. Those politicians play their game, and unless we don't have proper public vigilance, there will be lack of political goodwill, and the bad manners will continue. But public vigilance is not only pegged on the streets 24/7. It involves thorough, serious civic education to change our mindsets, so that instead of looking for good people, we back up our institutions by understanding them and calling out our leaders when they have bad manners and they lack political goodwill. It's well within the constitution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have a rebuttal, Fabrice?
Yes, I think he have answered. What I just wanted, to put in line is that when you talk of public vigilance, like for example, now every institution, we have all institutions that oversight another one. For example, now I went somewhere to get government services and they failed to serve me. Then we have the office of ombudsman. I should just what I just need is, to write an email or a letter or visit the office of ombudsman and lay my claim, and they take action. So what I'm saying is that when we have a goodwill from the top, from the executive, there is nothing even like, but if that is what he meant by public vigilance, that I go to the office, they fail to serve me correctly, then I go to the next office that they are in charge of complaints, and I complain and they take action, then that is okay. That is within the constitution. I agree with him 100%.
Thank you very much. You guys have come to an agreement. So moving on strongly, rather swiftly, Justice Mike, you have your hand up. But before you go, then we have Salen. Salen has been here for a while. Mandela. Justice Mike, your 3 minutes begin now. Then we have Mandela. After Mandela, I have Senior Tutor. Then we have Baloch.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ayo. I'd like to first of all respond to there is a speaker who came, I think his name was Ndovukali. I actually did not intend to speak. I just wanted to listen, but when he came to speak, actually, he triggered me because he spoke about if we come out, whatever we are coming to do, we are just coming to make distractions and nothing will be done. As previous speakers have said, he came with a tone of like giving up, which I think could still be some tone borne by a few people among us who might also be giving up and thinking in the same manner. So I want to commend this to condemn this sort of thinking with the strongest of terms. And with what reason am I condemning it? Reason being, what we've seen so far with this government is a very deep rot. It is not even there is utter disregard for the rule of law, for the constitution. What the people of Kenya are asking for is simple. Let us respect the constitution. Everything we want is in that constitution. Everything Kenyans want is in that constitution. If someone thinks that he can do anything he wants, regardless of what is stated in the constitution, he can overturn things as he wants. He can change laws to favor his greed. just to fatten his pockets and those around him, then we cannot allow this, whether it's only going, whether our fight will benefit our children 50 years later. If we sleep 1, 2, 3 more days, 1 more year, not fighting it, then it will not even benefit our children 50 years later. It will only benefit our children 100 years later. And the sooner we fight to get rid of such individuals, the sooner our country will change, and the sooner whichever generation will start benefiting. So it's our duty. It's our duty to set things straight. We cannot sit and watch as the country falls apart with the fear, with the notion that, oh, whatever we do, it will not help us. Even if we are not fighting for us alone, but the fact that we are here today in 2024, we have a duty to the generations that are coming to ensure we set things straight for them. Just like the people who came before us 50 years earlier fought to ensure we can breathe and live in this country as it is now, even as bad as it is. So number two, I'd also like to respond to agree with the previous speaker, Kahama, who has spoken about public vigilance. And I'd like to also extend a definition of this public vigilance from my own view. Okay, he has put it that we have to do this protest whenever we see something going wrong. Okay, and at the same time, he also asked, what if we change things now? We take Ruto away, then we elect someone else, and this person we elect also goes into power and behaves exact same way as the current government. What do we do? So I'll return him back to the answer, which is public vigilance. So this public vigilance, in my point of view, we have to maintain it from the beginning, from the leaders we are taking inside there. We have to participate directly in vetting them before we decide these are the people we are going to put in leadership. We have to bring them here to these spaces. We have to ask them questions, grill them. They must agree to be the servants of the people and not to be the leaders. They must agree that they report to us, guys. They are going there to report to us, to serve us, which is their role and responsibility. If they cannot agree to go and serve us, then they should go and rest, leave it to the people who can agree, accept it. And that should be the condition. So before we put them there, they should undergo serious vetting. And this should be the trend, starting from MP to the president. We bring him here, we bring them here, we ask them questions. We smell any corruption links, we smell any scandals that they were in before. We must dig deep in their history. Whatever we smell, we cannot ignore. We have ignored red flags before, and that is what has brought us here. We've elected people who had scandals, hundreds of scandals that we couldn't even count. We've ignored the criminal activities of people and elected them. And that is the mistake we must not do going forward. Any slight link with any scandals or corruption activities must serve as a point of direct disqualification. We must have deal breakers. You want president, Mr. So-and-so. In 2013, you were involved in this and this. How can we trust you to not change and do these things again when you get there? The fact that you are involved in those, or it was insinuated, or you are suspected, and there was even a little bit of evidence, disqualifies you directly. Let us bring in the clean leader. Let us be vigilant in this vetting. And whoever we select, we support them fully. And we ensure they go in there. And they just don't go and then we keep quiet. Once they're in there, they have to agree to be regularly coming back to report to us. And we must continue holding these spaces even once they enter the leadership, in which we must ask them questions. Okay, this is what we agreed, or you agreed you're going to do.
Wind up.
What's happening? Why is it not happening? Why is it not happening? They have to come back and answer and be accountable. And if they are not, we must put in systems in place to remove them, to kick them out. If we are going to put our MPs, our legislators, we have to ensure we are vetting each and every one of them, and they are clean, and they are going there as our servants. And they also have to come back and answer to us. They must be accountable. And once they are there, they should be doing our bidding. If we don't want a finance bill to be passed, they should not pass it. And if they pass it or they do anything against us, and we feel they're deviating, then we kick them out. First of all, order of business when that government is made is to ensure we rewrite all the wrongs. We ensure the constitution is aligned to a proper manner to serve the people. There are a lot of bills that have been passed that are infringing on the rights of the people. These have to be rectified, and we have to ensure they legislate provisions that will ease the procedure for recalling them when they are messing up.
Wind up.
So, yeah, okay, thank you. So once we do this, then we can maintain the accountability. These people can, once they're there, they know they're reporting to us, and they have to be accountable for anything. And let me tell you one thing: once this is done, people will be running away from those positions. People will not be. Thank you so much, Ayo.
Asante sana Justice. Mike, nashukuru sana. Saleh.
Yeah. Hi guys. Hope you can hear me.
100. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Actually, I can speak comfortably in a position whereby, yes, in this context, we are all fighting just for one cause, and that's called and that's why it's called a revolution. You know, the government might think we are organizing a coup, but in actual sense, it isn't. There's a huge difference between a coup and a revolution. A revolution in its own kind definitely just it isn't organized. It involves a high number of people who are actually term themselves as being leaderless. You can check in American history, there was a revolution that took place. The French also had a revolution in its own kind. And here, yes, we've been talking about here mapinduzi. And in actual sense, this is not mapinduzi. This is more like a new awakening, a new Kenya, a new Kenyan revolution. So the government, yeah, definitely is looking for a leader, but in actual sense, we are all leaderless. We are just guided with common predicaments that we are all facing. We are facing poverty. We are facing tough times, tough economic times. We've been like some of us, yes, we've been out there looking for job opportunities, but there's no place like home. So we come back to Kenya only to face harsh economic times. I've been out, coming back, thinking there are better prospects, thinking that yes, we elected in good leadership, but apparently, yes, I even tend to like just decide to go back, you know. So what is what element is the government trying to achieve? I mean, with all these predicaments that we are all facing. So yes, Ruto was able to like create a space here in Twitter, but it was just a known textbook that we actually know for the 48 laws of power, the element of separation. You're just sourcing out for a particular leadership, even if you're getting Osama or someone, thinking that yes, Osama can be the leader, or they can be the shepherd rather of this herd. So definitely slaying the shepherd, and the sheep will scatter. So my way forward, actually, for all our like what you are actually facing, is to actually, first and foremost, we declare ourselves as the de facto opposition in place, because clearly in Kenya we don't have any opposition in play. All the opposition leaders apparently also have been bought. All the opposition leaders, even today, you've all witnessed that Akina Sifuna, they are backing up some very bad laws, actually just seeking their own interest, fattening their bellies, And this misappropriation of funds has also extended to the so-called hustler funds. Look now, the hustler funds, it was just like a scapegoat. Mnachukua loans, tunachukua hapa loans one and there, kumbe hata huko, hiyo ndio ilikuwa tu the main agenda for these guys, was to also take a big spoon, scoop like some millions out of them, as you can see from the auditor's general report. Even the auditor general AG mwenyewe siku hizi apostingi kwa hizi frequently, because they know it will be accountable. And that's why we still insist on the same old fact that we really need those we need like an audit, a public audit that is well spelled out. Hata sisi wenyewe tujiinterpretie, we have lawyers, everyone, we just need it. And so if at all that bare minimum cannot be met, then I'm afraid the government must go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your humble contribution, Sally. I think next we have Senior Tutor, then Baloch. Senior Tutor, are you there? Senior Tutor? Baloch, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go for 3 minutes. Then we have Habiba, then Lameik.
First of all, guys, thanks for convening this space. I'm sure it's a lot of work organizing and being here 24 hours getting this thing done. My hats go off to the guys who sacrificed their lives, and I'm proud. Like, I'm proud to be Kenyan. These kids made me proud. Like, they really made me proud. I want to echo accountability. We have to take accountability personally. Like, leaders have to be accountable. Hata kama ni kutembelea watu. That is the only way these politicians seem to be responding. The other thing I'd also want to emphasize is, I think it was Kahama who mentioned accountability and checking. And what I want to say is, you build institutions, but before the institutions get to that point, people have to support the institutions by helping people within that institution have the strength to be accountable, whether it's protesting, whether in other democracies, it's professional institutions checking. So if you're doctors, you look at medical policies and you check the government is doing that. If you're accountants, you look at the Auditor General's office and you highlight those issues. And it's those points, moja, that you actually create an institution that is accountable. These things just don't happen overnight. And whatever fight we are fighting now, we have to remember each generation has to fight its fight. Democracy is like personal hygiene. Auogi mara moja na usema umeshaoga hii mwaka, utabidi uoge kila siku to stay clean. It has to be a continuous process. Even in these democracies, it's a continuous process. You just don't see it, but it happens in the back end. The other thing I'd like to say, if we shut up right now, in the 1990s, we were here before. People kept quiet. We did not keep quiet. People fought, but they did not get that change. The economy was messed up. Interest rates came from about 15 to 16% to 47%. Anybody who had businesses and loans then lost everything. So we can't let this thing happen again. We are now, people in that diaspora are subsidizing the government. We are sending money home to do things that the government ought to be doing. This money should have been going for development. An industry costs about 100 million to build. We've got wards and counties that do not have industries. This joke can't continue anymore. Like, pressure lazima ikuwe sustained, and nobody rules, no man rules alone. The way to bring these guys down is to ensure their cronies, mko nao, bumper to bumper, kwa kila village, bumper to bumper, and we will see some change. And politically, we have to be involved. Mkono mtupu hailambwi. He who pays the piper picks the tune. If you're not involved in the candidates that go in to the political process, you will get a bad outcome, 100%. So we have to now narrow down and get involved. Vet people before even they vie. Lazima tuangalie from that perspective. Ama hakuna kitu tunafanya. Like, we have, these systems have to go on. Kila mtu aende kwa kona yake na watu wake, tunakutana pamoja, but let us just vet this system. That's the only way we are doing it. Again, thank you very much for this space. Tukumbuke tuko wengi kuwashinda. Kenya has about only 150 police officers and military combined. Tuko kama 54 million. Hakuna njia. Hii game hakuna vile wanatushinda. If everybody goes to their own corners, na turudi tumeorganize, and there's no way any system can be sustained. They will have to yield. That's all. Thanks for giving us time.
Thank you so much. I love the fact that you said that tuko wengi kuwashinda. And if we all come united, under one cause, with one goal, leaderless, the way we've been all along, our leaders are in their graves right now. So when we are united under one goal, hakuna venye wanatushinda. Next is Lameik. After Lameik, we have Habiba. After Habiba, we have Sir David, then Senior Tutor. Let's keep the ball rolling. Lameik, your 3 minutes begin now. Lameik, are you there? Okay, probably not. Let's move on to the next speaker.
I'm there. Can you
Okay,
hear
go
me?
ahead. Yeah, perfectly well.
Ruto must go all the time, and all the time Ruto must go, and that's the way forward until further notice. I would love to take this opportunity to wish all the families that have lost their loved ones, our fellow heroes, to give them, may the Lord give them sustenance, protection, and also the patience to endure the pain that they have experienced. Looking back, mi kenye naeza sema ni tusitishwe. If we relent now, we will sow the seeds that a lot of countries in Africa have been sowing since then. Look at Congo, look at Libya, only because of propaganda and bad governance that we are experiencing right now. Ruto has to go. That's the only thing I can say. He just has to go. And hashtag ya kusalimiwa isiishe, because I'm seeing a lot of this MPs and this so-called waheshimiwa, they're coming back talking trash at us. Ni kama sisi ndo tuliwabeg wakuwe hapo. It's not a matter of begging them to be our leaders. Sisi ndo wachungaji, nao ni watumishi wetu. So they dance according to our own music. Na kama wanaona ni ngumu sana, wajiishie. Where I live right now, I'm in the European Union. I think if it's not Denmark or Norway, the MPs there is a voluntary task for them. It's not about wanalipwa ama nini. Yo wanajitolea kufanya. Na we wish Kenya to reach there. That's all.
I think you've raised a very pertinent issue, and this is a question that I keep on asking people. All these leaders in Kenya, including the president, including all these seats that are being created, like the CSS and all that, and whatnot. If there was nothing to benefit from them, would they still be willing to serve the country? Because I mean, they're actually serving our country. They're actually serving us. We are the taxpayers, right? They eat from our taxes, right? We pay those people to be there. If you don't wake up in the morning to go to work to, earn a living and pay your taxes, and that's why KRA has been on our asses to file your tax returns, file your returns. If you're in Kenya right now, you should have filed your returns. If not, you're gonna be penalized, right? What are these taxes doing? They're paying those guys that are making the police kill us on the streets, right? If there was nothing to gain from being a leader, do you think half the members, not even half, like all those members in parliament, including the president and everybody following them, do you think they will be there? Food for thought. Who was next? Let me go to Sir David, then Senior Tutor. And I can see Justice Mike hands is up. So Justice Mike, you'll go after Sir David.
Yeah, I wanted to answer
all right.
your question.
Go ahead.
It's a very, very interesting question. It's a very good question, actually. If there was nothing to gain from them serving, actually, the spirit of the Constitution exactly intended that there should not be anything to gain except for their salaries, just like any other Kenyan who works hard to be paid salary and go home. So the fact that they are taking these seats to gain something means that they are not the right people for these seats. If there was nothing to gain, then these seats would only be attracting the people who would be interested to serve.
Can anyone hear me?
Can you hear me?
Who's that speaking?
Justice Mike speaking.
Justice Mike, just a moment. There's a submission. Okay. No, there's someone who interrupted you, Justice Mike. Who was it?
I don't know.
Okay, guys, Justice Mike is giving a rebuttal, so just give him like 3 minutes, then you go on.
Thank you. Ayo. So if there was nothing to benefit from this, then these seats would only be attracting the people who are there willing to serve the interest of the country. And that is what we want, isn't it? Back to you, Ayo. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Sir David?
Are we still here?
Sir David, are you there? Sir David, are you there? If someone, Fabish, are you able to speak to Sir David? Tell him it's his time to speak, please.
No, I yield the mic to the next speaker.
Kindly tell Sir David, since he can't hear me, just tell him to speak to us.
Sir David, if you can hear the voice, then you have the mic. Sir David.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. We hear you.
Okay, nice and clear. Thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to remind my fellow Kenyans one of the most important things that no one is even talking about. What this movement has done has just turned Ruto into a lame duck president. What do I mean? From now on, Ruto will never be able to push anything through parliament because the MPs fear the people more than they fear the party. That's number one. Number two, people are not looking for good leadership necessarily. What people want is a good system that works. People don't care who is at the helm, even if it's that Ruto, even if it's that Gachagua. As long as the system works properly, we don't want to be caught in this idea of going after leaders. The goal is first to rectify the system. If the vehicle is bad, regardless of the driver you give it to, it won't go far. But if the vehicle is good, and then you give it even to an average driver, they are able to go far. So the number one goal should be to fix the system. And then the next thing I wanted to say is, if by any chance you find yourself with your foot on the neck of the king, never take that foot off the neck of the king. And at the moment, what we have is Kenyans have their foot on Ruto's neck, and they cannot afford to remove that foot from his neck, because once he stands up, he will finish us all. So once the struggle started, it must continue and it must finish. It must continue to its logical conclusion, which is we must rectify this government. We must build a government that our children and the children after will be proud of. If the price we pay is our life, so be it. Because in any case, we are bound to die. We'd rather die for something than die for nothing. So this cause is worth it. Number three, the biggest strength of this movement is its lack of leadership. That is the biggest strength. So anybody who's trying here to tell us that we need a leader, we don't, because that's how they cut a movement. So by being leaderless, it's like having a dragon with unlimited heads. The moment you cut one, another pops up. You cut one, another pops up. That makes it difficult to kill this movement. So we must remain leaderless, but we must remain true and loyal to the cause. And the cause is to rectify the system, get rid of corruption, and have that system work in place. The next thing I wanted to say, we must support the Auditor General, because that is our next best course of action. We go to the Auditor General, get all the data, post it here. We have millions of Kenyans who have the time on their hands and the ability to analyze all that data, because any money that is in the system always has a trail. There's no way you can tell us that money was stolen from government general, but we don't know because how it that is our next best transaction, financial transaction. I don't care where you do it, whether we get all the data, cash, I don't care. Here, it has millions of Kenyans who have the time on their hands, and the ability is just analyze all that data, follow the money, and follow the money. It will show us who has been stealing from us, how much they have stolen from us, following the money in conjunction with the Auditor General, the Control of Budget, and the Anti-Corruption Commission. If we use those three tools alone, the kind of change that we're going to bring to this government is unimaginable. And we need this change, because nobody is coming to fight for us. No one. Let's not be lied to that the Europeans are going to come. Once we understand the cause and we are steady focused on the cause. If they remove the first 10 people in front, the next line of people, they understand the cause. This is not about leaders. Let us stop discussing about leaders and focus on discussing about issues. How? What solutions do you have? Any solution you have, whether you think it's smart or not, put it on the table. Let's hear it. It might be the solution that we need. Every Kenyan, you have something to offer. Every single Kenyan, there is something you can do that will bring change to this nation. Let no one lie to you that you have so much power within you. You have so much power within you. The Constitution has given you enough power. And by the way, remember, the Constitution tells the government what to do and tells the citizens what not to do. But now the government we have in place wants to do the things that the Constitution tells them not to do. So Going after the government and saying that we want to remove Ruto, it's a good idea, but it's not the number one priority at the moment. Let us take care of the system first. That's the biggest priority. Once the system is good, regardless of whatever fool we put there, we can put whatever donkey we put in that position. As long as the system is solid, that donkey will take us places. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know he can't hear me, but Justice Mike, since it seems you have a rebuttal, please give us your rebuttal. Then, Senior Tutor, are you there, Senior Tutor? Because I just see your mic on. Senior Tutor, are you there?
My name is Lamek. You called me earlier,
No.
but I was in a call.
Okay, so yeah, just a moment.
If there's a chance, maybe here.
Okay, just a moment, Lamek. I'll let Justice Mike rebuttal, then you can go, since Senior Tutor is not there. Go ahead, Justice Mike.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ayo. So I'd just like to respond to the speaker who had just spoken, and I want to agree with him in a lot of his points. And the only point, okay, and I've heard this a lot. It's not just him who has spoken about the system. It's a lot of people. Guys, let us have a definition of this system we are speaking about. What is this system? This system, I believe, mostly it is what our constitution stipulates, because eventually the constitution is what gives the steps, the recipe, gives the requirements, gives the direction on how to run a government. And it remains the absolute document that has to be followed to ensure we have transparency, accountability, respect for the rule of law, and eventually the citizens are accorded their rights as they deserve. And who are those who are tampering with this system? It's people. This system, the system was good when it was the authors of the Constitution wrote the Constitution. It was perfect. But we have people who are greedy, who are coming in to tamper with this system, to make it as it is. These people, we must deal with them. We cannot say that we focus on the system, and yet this system is run by people who are messing it up, mutilating it. They are doing with it as they want to favor their greed. So these are the people we have to deal with first, because even if we want this system to be rectified, it can only be done by people. Do we expect these very people who are rotten there to go and rectify the system? No. So we have to deal with them, kick them out, put in people who can give us a good system, who can rectify all the wrongs and give us something we can work with, who can respect the Constitution and the rule of law as was intended by the authors of this Constitution. It is that simple. And just one more minute to speak about the leadership. As he mentioned, I support fully the strategy. We are leaderless and we should not have any leaders. But let this not be confused to mean that we cannot take part in appointing our servants. The revolution has no leaders, but the revolution must vet, select, appoint the correct servants to go into those positions and do what the revolution deserves, what the revolution wants, what the citizens of this country want. Thank you.
Can I respond shortly?
Yes.
Yeah. If we focus on two things, if we say we are focusing on changing the system and at the same time changing the leaders, we will fail. We have to focus first on one thing, succeed on that one thing, and then move to the next. That is how you run an operation. But if you say you are going for two goals, you cannot attack as an army, you cannot attack two bases. You pick
the easiest and the one that will give you the most result and attack that one. Okay, so in this case, in my opinion, I think we should first focus on fixing the system and then focus on the leaders. But prioritize fixing the system. If you have a good vehicle, a bad vehicle and a good driver, it doesn't matter. The system is like the vehicle, okay? And the leaders are like the drivers. If you have a bad vehicle and good driver, it doesn't matter how good your driver is. If the vehicle is bad, you go nowhere. But if you have a good vehicle, even with an average driver, you'll get somewhere. So the biggest thing we must focus on right now is fixing the system. The system is broken. Let us fix that one first, and then we start focusing on finding the right driver for that system. That's the only way we can make progress in the right direction, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks for that analogy, Sir David. The vehicle, which is what I'll just use again to respond to that. So you have a new vehicle, perfect, with no damage, no nothing. It's very good. Then you give it to driver, or do you remove this driver, take a good driver, put a new vehicle, and ensure this driver is accountable and is doing service to this vehicle to ensure this vehicle will serve its needs for the lifetime which is expected that it should serve.
Okay, even this bad driver already knows a few things about this vehicle that even the new driver might not know. So that's why I'm saying, let us first fix the vehicle. The moment we finish fixing the vehicle like this, and then we can start thinking of, let us kick this driver out. Okay, but first, the number one priority, if you had 10 priorities, you'll grade them, or priority A, priority B, priority C, priority D. Okay, at the utmost top, I believe fixing the system first is the most important. It's the one that will have the largest impact on our nation. Okay? If you say that you want to change the driver and then change the vehicle, you are giving yourself double tasks at the same time. But instead of first focus on changing the vehicle first, make sure I have the proper vehicle. Now I cannot blame the vehicle for any failure. I am sure the vehicle is good. Only then do I now shift my attention to the driver. Now this vehicle is good. You are incapable of driving it. Get the fuck out. Let me bring a new driver, even an average driver that is even capable of moving this vehicle forward. But first, you must fix the system. First, you must fix the broken system. If your legs are broken, you can't move. You first have to fix those and then start moving. That's my opinion.
Sir
Allow me to
David,
allow me to rebuttal.
Okay.
Please.
I want to, because I'm getting very difficult in understanding Sir David. You know, if you are a traffic police officer on the road and you saw a vehicle coming and the vehicle is driving maybe on a worn-out tires or without insurance or you know, some kind of having some problem. The first thing a driver would do, he will first reprimand the driver. He will first arrest the driver. After you have arrested the driver, then now you take the vehicle to inspection to inspect whether it is a roadworthy. So what Kenyans are doing literally, we are first doing by arresting the driver, of which the driver is Ruto. After we have arrested the driver, then now we will take the vehicle for inspection. That is the system now that we are talking. We will take now the vehicle for inspection to see whether it is roadworthy or whether there is any malfunctions. Then we repair it and now get a new driver to take the vehicle on because it has been damaged by the driver that we have arrested. So I think this one will answer your question squarely.
Okay, let me finish by saying this. You've got to understand this vehicle. We cannot stop it to repair it. Okay, we have to repair it while it's on motion. Okay, we have to fix this country while we live in it. Life has to go on. You remember, it's not like the vehicle you have to stop it, park it, put it there, inspect it. No, this vehicle has to be inspected, repaired while it's moving. It cannot stop even for a minute. We have international debts to pay. We have local debts to pay. We have schools that need to run. We have salaries that need to be paid. So all those things cannot stop so that we repair. So we have to fix the vehicle while it's going. That's why we cannot just remove the driver, leave the vehicle moving with no one at the helm. So the only thing we can do first, let us focus on fixing this broken vehicle while it's moving. It cannot stop. This is a moving vehicle. So the driver, back off. You spoiled this vehicle. We gave you a good vehicle. You spoiled it. Now we've fixed it. Back off. We have another driver to take over. Thank you.
Wanyama, kindly,
Sir David,
kindly the other co-host has dropped. I don't know whether you can be able to control. Wanyama, do you listen? So in the meanwhile, what we will do, because I don't know what is happening with our host.
No problem, Fabrice. As we await our co-host is connecting. I saw him connecting. Maybe network issue.
Yes, while he's connecting,
on co-hosting.
While we're connecting, let us have some orderly as we are waiting for the co-host to connect. Please, let's stick to the 3 minutes and be orderly. So I don't know, maybe the next speaker was supposed to be, as Lamek talked, I think it was supposed to be Lamek. Let's stick to the 3 minutes and be orderly.
Yes, thank you. My name is Lamek Osiro. Can you all hear me?
Go ahead.
Yep, my name is Lamek Osiro. I'm based in New York, the US, and of course I'm Kenyan. So first and foremost, I'd like to commend the organizers of these various spaces, for the good job. It's very insightful. And then again, kudos to our Gen Zs, the millennials, and other Kenyans for shooting down the 2024 finance bill. And also condolence to families who lost their loved ones. May the souls of the 41 comrades rest in peace. So, I've been listening to, different views of the comrades in this space. And clearly, I believe it's time Ruto has to go. I mean, if we look at, the campaign promises that he gave, it's just ridiculous. Free internet or data, countless number of stadiums. I mean, the list is countless. So clearly, these are just leaders who got into power to enrich themselves. If Ruto had if he had a goodwill for Kenyans, I mean, he's held key positions in the government. He was a deputy president for 10 years, and he knows the way, the system works. So if he really wanted to help Kenyans and, help Kenya get to higher levels, I mean, he would have done better. But, if you look at stuff, corruption is still there. If we look at tribalism, I mean, there are just a few tribes occupying different key positions in the government. So this has to change. So another thing is, for successful government, there needs to be good leadership. And one thing that is killing good leadership is, recycling of leaders. My electorate, my MP is from Nyando. That's in Nyanza. And it's the same thing. Most of them buy their tickets. We just have one party, ODM, which, all you need to do is get to ODM and you'll be elected. So that has to change, recycling leaders. That is what's bringing us down. And then another thing is the IEBC. From the president's space 2 days ago, he said that he would start by signing the law so that a new IEBC is reformed. I think that's a good start. And once we have this up and running, then we can continue with other things. But in the meantime, we need to just keep pushing, ensure that we are frustrating the government. Even if we have to wait till 2027 for the main elections, they'll be weakened if we continue frustrating them. And then another thing, as Gen Zs and new voters, let's all try and register as voters so that we have voting power and all that. Yeah, that's all I had. I guess I used all my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. I think I dropped off. Hey, Gava is doing a good one on me. Anyway, who had not spoken? Six, I can see you. Good evening, Six. This Trisam guy, Trisam, are you there? Because I've been calling you over and over. Trisam, I can't could drop. Score bad. Trisam, are you there? Yeah. Allah. Oh yeah, Six. Good evening. How are you, sir? Unaendeleaje? My maandamano mate.
I'm doing good. I'm still having a sore throat, but
Ile kelele ulipiga jana, my guy. What do you expect? Jana ulipiga kelele sana. And tell me why. Yesterday we are from a concert. Then out of nowhere, guys just march from Uhuru Park, singing Ruto must go in town. Anyway, Six, please go ahead.
if I were in that state, let me give an example. I'm a football coach, and when my players don't want to see me or they start distancing themselves, I go to the management and tell them I feel like I've lost the dress room and I'll step down until we can find a solution. If they can find a solution, well and good. If they can't, I just sit down and start thinking about starting another venture. I had requested the mic because Ndovukali was speaking. I can see he's gone. But first of all, Siko Obaya and Ndovukali couldn't even differentiate the difference between in and on. He even said in the Twitter. So I was like, if I was a revolutionist, I wouldn't be listening to such a guy who thinks driving trucks in USA is better than being here in Kenya. Why am I saying that? Ndovukali is a diehard Kibe and George Iki Watson fan, and he thinks Kibe. Yes, honey. Okay, I'll buy you. Okay, close my door, kindly. Love you. So, he thinks Kibe would think for him. I was to answer his question when he was saying that corruption can't end. That is what we are fighting for right now, to end corruption. And I was to say a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one single step.
That is what we are fixing currently. We want to get rid of all leaders. And I said this several times. What is the Kenya's main problem is recycling. When I'm recycling leaders, you might be having a fresh leader, somebody who just come out of nowhere, gets into the parliament. He's bought by somebody who has been there for 10 years. Ameingizwa system. We've seen this in high school. Ukiingia form 1, you are a very good person. You are a very nice human being. Then all of a sudden after umeshaingia form 2, form 3, unaanza kuiba shati. Ukishaanza kuiba shati, there is no coming back. Ukishaanza kuenda struggle ya uji, there is no coming back. Those who went to school in Western can tell you. So we want to get rid of that kind of system and have a very good system whereby when a leader goes there, he knows I'm going to serve the interests of the people. And if those leaders bring the same jokes, they try to go and implement their own rules, we again leave our houses and go and tell them, we don't want you, step down. That is now the Kenya we want to fix right now. Ikikataa imekataa, hatukutaki, tunasonga. We are moving from a stage where you could protest and you are being told huyu mtu hataenda mahali. Today I told somebody telling us that huyu mtu hataenda mahali, that is your nonsense. We will make sure we cripple him to the point he will never have a say in this country. So corruption will come to an end. And just to these people who are on this space, we can end corruption by trying to cut it short from where we are. Try and see, today I gave out a bribe to get to somewhere. Tomorrow I'm not going to give that bribe. I tell people that I work with, I've never worked with people based on you are my friend, you are my relative, you are my what, so I'll favor you. No, I work with people based on merit, based on talent, based on what you can offer for that job. And if you can't offer something that is nice, I'll definitely drop you and I'll tell management this person is not up to task. And that is what has been keeping me in this industry. I tell people, funny people, I get recommendations from people that have just seen my work out of nowhere. And when I go there, I prove my work. I'm not going there to start sitting down with the boss and drinking tea. No, I'm going to work according to offer my skills to my to my level best. So guys, let us stand up na tuanze kuwa corruption na sisi. Ndo tukiamka tuende hizo streets, tunaenda kuimaliza kabisa from its root cause. Anyway, I'll contribute and some other time. Ayo, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have new speakers. That is Danson, Stevenson, and Joseph, and Kings. Lawrence Philip, I'm trying to accept your mic. Ni kama iko na issues. Just withdraw and request again. So, tuanze na Stevenson. Stevenson, good evening. How are you doing? What's your take on these current issues?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We are perfect.
In my opinion, we've seen that power corrupts people. Kuna examples watu wamepewa hapo hivyo, before they got into the seats, these guys were very sober. Yani tulikuwa tunaona yani hawa say ile ndio watakuja kuchaguliwa, they're going to change everything. We are currently in the situation of the hen and the egg, which came first. I think according to me, ujanja ni kukazia wase maisha to the point that we put them on check in everything. Venye tu vitu zilianza na hii finance bill, kusalimia watu, mtu akifanya kitu ya ufala, kuaudit. I think hivyo ndo tutaenda, cause tukisema leo tu venye tuna insist, we are being emotional. Tukisema ndio tumejam, tumekatsiwa, tumeonyeshwa madharau, but tukisema ati umsa aende, Ruto aende, alafu nani anaingia hapo? Mwenye ataingia hapo hata kuwa corrupted na the same thing, hata kuwa compromise, cause most people they have a price tag with them. Nani ataingia hapo? We've seen the opposition wamekuwa kiapo hivyo, maandamano inafika mahali they get compromised, things go back to the way they used to be. Constitution iko clear, but over the years tunacheki tu different people, same script. Inafaa tukue tunapanga venye mtu yote mwenye anachukua hiyo seat, how do we put them on task to follow the constitution? How are we going to make sure that they respect the rule of the law, they respect the courts, to make sure that our judges, our magistrates, they are not compromised. Na mtu akiwa compromise ni kusalimiwa ama anafanyiwa nini, ndio ile design anajua nikifanya blanda, there's guys huko nyuma who are going to put me on task. So even if I'm given 100 million or even a B, at the end of the day najua kuna venye hawa sa watanisort huku hivi nyuma. So I have to do everything as per the constitution. Nikipewa job najua kama mi ni minister fulani ama CS fulani whatever, my job is to do this na mi nafanya hiyo job. Nika tu kampu. Leo ukipewa job, if you don't perform the duties zenye umepewa kufanya, utafutwa. If this bugger does not perform, watu waende kwake ama watu wanamgoja hapo nje ya parliament. Akitoka huyo anasalimiwa, msee, ulikuwa unafaa kufanya hivi. We've had the same thing. Moi amekaa, Kibaki amekuja, Uhuru amekaa, sasa tuko na Ruto. Ni watu different but vitu ni the same. Tumezoea bad situations. That's why saa zile Kibaki aliingia akatupatia tupeleka extend ya ubaya yenye hatukuwa tumeona. So yani tumezoea mediocre life that we celebrate bare minimum, tuna forget ati it's our right to get the best. Gari mbaya kuna venye unaweza manuva nayo na utafika penye unaenda. It's vice versa. So how do we put it on task? How do we put the people that ndio tubaki, si Kenya, Afrika ikuange tu ile inchiani haina mbele wala nyuma. But we know very well that the world runs on Africa. That's why Africa needs to stand up. It's not an issue of Kenya alone. It's high time sahi hizi ma countries zingine pia zikam on board, tuambie the West that you guys, you messed us all this kama hizo vitu zingeenda through. But these guys can't allow us to do that because wanajua the minute tutaenda hivyo tutakuwa sisi ndio tuko first world huko hivyo, because these guys, all this country, all these other countries in the West,
we'll be building multiple pages of this UI together.
may develop
If you
based on
enjoyed this
resources
content
coming
and
from
you find it
Africa.
helpful, please
But
consider subscribing. You can also
is
like
Africa.
and share as well.
A few people
So with that said,
wamenunua
which is defined below as a stateless, that basically prevents alignment. This test, boarding the test, get rid of the const icon button at the very end.
If you're there,
so
just mute
container.
first. I have other speakers.
Let's
Henry,
give it a margin over here. Going to be edging sets, prevent it from the bottom, right? So it has an additional argument we can provide to the safe area. So with the bottom, let's set the value to be false, right? So that it stretches. There we go. So we want to position the credit card, right? That's why we've wrap it in a stack widget. So below the container is going to be a position widget. And the child of this position widget is going to be a custom widget called a credit card, right? So I'll name a credit card. So in here, changes, make sure it's values. So the first one, you can specify the border rate, bring in my assets. And this image is change over. So in here, we provide a
Do first is
horizontal
to
value,
keep the people that are in power
action
account.
buttons. And we pass in the label. That's also going. There we go. As you can see the effects and the amount is to be the gym. So below the title, we have the subtitle where you provide the additional information, right? And that's going to be a text widget as well. We're also going to have a trailing, and this will be placed at the very
Joseph.
end in the list style, right?
Okay.
And that's going to be a text as well for the amount.
Cruz.
So I'll provide the
Cruz, I can
amount
see your
over
mic
here,
is on. Are you there?
Text this list style. So I'll copy that and repeat it 3 more times. So in here we need to change in the icon over here to be icons.account balance, and the color is going to be the teal, and we need to change in the text over here to Bank of America, and also the subtitle needs to be changing the title over here.
Is I don't want to delve on the details. I just want to comment on
let's specify the background color of this floating action button, right? Be white color, right? So I need to grab this icon. So
we might not have an idea of the leader at the moment, but it will lead a leader to make the next step. My focus here is not on the leader, but that is the issue we are facing. So we need to discuss this, all the issues that we are facing as a country, yes. But for the next step to happen, it will need a leader. We might not know the leader at the moment, but the leader is going to surface, because I believe in my heart, it is a God moment. It is a God's moment. As you can look at the issues you're facing as a country, what we call the church today, the church is facing the same issue. God is speaking to the people here. God is speaking to me and you. This is about God. It's not even about, it's about everyone as individuals, not even as a country, as individuals. It's so bigger. It's bigger than us. So we need to focus. As we focus on the issues, we need to look at the issues holistically. But as we look at them, I believe in my heart, if we do not replace the head, then we will not make the next step. So it is a moment now that Ruto must go. The discussion before anything else
though people have had various, thoughts, including me, I've right? His friend died a fellow trip died in the protest. But then again, what happened? We were on the spaces and people were like, yo, we don't want to host those spaces. No Kenyan should host those spaces. If you're in the movement,
Boma Mabati makes your roof strong and appealing. It comes with a choice of various designs: Boma Box, Boma Tile, Boma Verse.
and being bought off, like that guy, that dude, it just happened to him. And where are we right now? 10 steps back, or what are we doing? Suppose he was our leader, what would have happened? Do you understand why we say we don't lead to find you where you are? They have the resources, they have the people, they have the money. They'll find you, they'll fish you out from where you are. And what will they do? They'll hold you hostage. Then what happens next? You understand where we are coming from? So that's why we're saying, let us be the way we are. Our leaders are dead. Our leaders are Akina Rex, who have been fighting for the rights of their country. Those are our leaders. Okay? So I was just trying to clarify that point. Let's go to the next speaker. I can see Tom Boyer and Justice Mike.
Advice that this is not to be mistaken for our leader. Okay, we might have people in mind and say, okay, as the leader of the revolution speaks for itself. It is leaderless. But the revolution should be able to appoint his servants to go and serve the revolution's bidding. So we agree we might reach a point where we have to vet critically and say, okay, this is the correct servants we want to put there to occupy those vacant positions that we have already made vacant. But that doesn't mean they are our leaders, they are our servants, and they report back to us and they are accountable to us. Thanks, Ayo.
Asante sana. Nani ameanguka?
Introducing SlideWorks. Leverage the strategy templates used by top management consultants. Level up your strategy, business case.
The system and we put the same crew